Alright, Twitch is good. YouTube's good. Ignore the random chats that I put in my chat on stream. I was trying to fix the the text box so it could be easier to read. Alright. People hate English voice actors? I mean, no wonder, bro. English voice acting nowadays is so bad, dude. Like, only the worst possible people make up this profession in the West for some reason. Like, it really doesn't make any sense why the voice acting sphere is so unbelievably gay, but for whatever reason.
170% gay. And I sound less gay than most of these voice actors. How are modern voice actors getting mocked by
what's up,
gays
Nathaniel?
in a
How you doing,
1997 Nintendo 64 game? This is horrible. The English voice actor.
I've never been a big Star Fox fan, but I hate to imagine what the characters sound like.
Did they even try?
I mean, I'm just trying to think of any game I play in English outside of Marvel Rivals. Always sounds terrible. What you been up to, Nathaniel? How you doing, dude? Ignore the random spam text on my screen. I was trying to fix my chat box. How's your project going, dude? You still working on it?
And they all sound fruity AF too. No offense, but why?
What's up, Mad Hatter?
Won't
Hey,
be
dude.
playing it in English.
Oh my, you are right, Mike. I am just like not there for some reason. Wait, what? Oh, I know exactly why. Oops. Hold on. Let me turn off my screen. Make sure this doesn't pull up on I don't need to pull up my file explorer on live stream. Let's see if it's getting captured now. Maybe, maybe not. There I am. Well, thanks for letting me know, bro. I actually would have just forgotten about it the whole time. You're in Discord talking about it right now? Yo, what's up, Pavros? How you doing, dude? Woke up just in time. You mean woke up? It's 10 p.m., bro. Fair enough, man.
That's for sure. Comment right below that talking about how the VA work was so bad, this dude canceled his entire pre-order. What are we talking about here specifically, though? These were some of the top responses, too. Nintendo of Europe tweeting, familiar faces, new era, hashtag Star Fox. This is a 40
I want to hear what they sound like, bro.
Posted for the upcoming remake of Star Fox 64.
Is it really this egregious?
As you can see, people are not happy with the VA work, though. And these sort of responses criticizing the VA work
I have an odd schedule.
All over the direct responses, as well as the
I'm
quote
just messing
tweets.
with you,
For
dude.
example, if we click this, you can instantly see, no joke, this advertisement changed my mind on this game completely. I can't.
I've had the most messed up sleep schedules in history, dude. Like I get it.
Canceled my pre-order. Maybe I'll pick it up on sale. So another person talking about canceling their pre-order. That tweet getting 4,600 likes. This one with 3,700 reading. I was not prepared for just how terrible these were going to sound. We live in theater kid hell. Now play the 48-second long trailer so you can take a look at this for
What are those? They have
yourself.
CGI and AI, dude. The thing about Nintendo is like, I swear they make all of their stuff like really low polygon and stuff like that, so that it can all run on the Switch 1. So it's like, what's the point of even having a Switch 2? Maybe this game's Switch 2 exclusive. I don't know.
Who are you guys?
But
We're Star Fox.
We need your help, Star Fox.
My Emperor! I failed!
bro, why does this monkey look like it's a Gundam? Am I crazy? They made him like. Yeah, this is like Mickey Mouse voice acting though.
Fox. Epi! Long time no see.
Never give up. Trust your instinct.
They just in a freaking space fight, and they're just chatting it up. No
Fox, get this guy off me.
no urgency in their voices whatsoever, dude.
Stick to the pond, Froggy.
We just called that guy Froggy like it was a
Sending
slur.
supplies. This can't be happening.
Gee, I've been saved by Fox. How swell. Let's rock and roll.
And for comparison,
Yeah, they don't
here's some
sound
of the
too good,
VA
bro.
lines from the original 64 version from 1997.
Get off! Sorry, guys, I gotta sit this one out. Gee, can anyone take care of it? Can't let you do that, Star Fox.
You know what's bad with the freaking game that released ages ago has 10 billion times the personality that your modern game has? Well, actually, that's not really surprising anymore. I feel like that's basically the industry standard at this point.
We get paid a lot of cash for this. I can't believe I lost to this scum! Sorry to Jet, but I'm in a hurry.
So the dialogue in the original was also kind of silly and goofy. That's how it's always been. But
Thanks
the
for following Twitch,
97
Nathaniel.
version did a good job balancing that while also making it pretty clear that these characters were at risk. Like, they were fighting in life or death situations to juxtapose the goofiness. However, the newer version, it doesn't really have that same dangerous vibe. It just kind of sounds way too over
It doesn't
the top
have
and
any
goofy.
dangerous
It didn't
vibe,
balance
bro.
it at all.
They were
And then
legit
on
just
top of that
chatting it up.
specific issue, there's also an issue with English VAs for the last number of years. And by last number of years, I mean like probably around a decade or so at this point.
Yeah,
Which
for
is,
sure.
it sounds like they always use the same 8 or so cookie cutter voices. They'll have an archetype, and every single time they have an archetype, they like use the same sort of voice for that archetype. And it gets really generic and really old. And it also
Well,
comes
especially with the voice acting scene in like NA, they've essentially ran everyone else out of the scene who doesn't want to join into their like weird little hive mind group. So there's not really competition. Like, it's just the same people getting the recycled roles over and over again.
off really uncreative and soulless. Let me know what you think, and we'll close with 2 more of the top responses here. A little bit more public reception. The first comment reads, "It's impressive how literally all of the voices and deliveries are terrible. You would think that they would accidentally get at least one character right, but no. Total commitment to making everyone sound
Voice
like they're
direction
reading
for the
script
script was
first
just like-
time with Breaking Bad anime dub voices.
Pretend you're
And this one,
pretend you're not in a freaking jet fighter jet battle in space or whatever, dude. Like,
reads, "There is something seriously wrong with the voice acting industry. These performances
My favorite
are
grifter is
inexcusably
live?
bad,
True.
even in isolation.
what's up, Yoshi?
But
How you doing,
especially
bro?
compared to the OG. And that is the latest. Thank you for tuning in.
All right. This video was more to just kill time at the start of the stream. Now this is what I wanted to talk about. This is worse than 9/11, by the way. How could they do this? Okay. I'm like #1 Raven simp in history, okay? I remember watching the freaking OG Teen Titans cartoon, like, oh my god. It was so peak. Wait, you're a grifter? You didn't notice? But, yeah, actually, everything I ever say, everything that comes out of my mouth is just not true, you know? I'm a LARP-maxing. No, dude, but them making Raven into an Arab Muslim, worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this whole show looks ridiculous, but how could they do this?
Are looking a little
Ironically, though, her father is literally Satan, so... like, Trigon, maybe this makes sense, but, like, this is heresy.
bit different. In a post with over 2.9 million views on Twitter, with this news account DC Film and News
I saw
captioning this
somebody,
as "New
on
look at
Twitter say this
B-17,"
deserves the death
otherwise
penalty.
known as Bizarro.
I couldn't agree more.
With Superman Season 3. Now, normally Bizarro Superman is depicted more unhinged and more pale looking, kind of like this. So that design's interesting too. Like, Bizarro here doesn't really look
Hiro
like
Hayes,
Bizarro Superman. This looks more like
Comic book fan, I think. Dude, it's just such a shame, right? Like, Teen Titans is probably one of the coolest superhero groups ever. Like, Nightwing, historically my favorite hero of all time.
a cracked
And they've
out,
done this.
depressed Nico Tokita, which
Starfire's
I'm sorry to throw
black.
shade at
Not that this is
Nico.
the
I love
first time
Nico,
they've done
but,
it.
like,
Which
that's-
is like, her whole thing is that she's an orange alien lady. Why is she freaking black, bro? Beast Boy's still green. He still looks normal. Raven is a freaking Arab Muslim for no reason whatsoever. And
that's the vibes
Bizarro
I'm
doesn't
getting from
even
this
look like
version of
Bizarro.
However, most people in the responses are talking about Muslim Raven. So let's take a look at those responses.
It's
top
because it's the
response-
only character here that hasn't been tarnished yet. That's not my Superman? Yeah, bro. I mean, technically it's supposed to be Bizarro, but like, who the frick is this? Why does he have a man bun? Like,
specifically,
it's just wrong.
See what people are saying about this. Top comments to the post, like, I think making Raven Muslim is unironically a great idea. Why? Because it's great symbolism for her father wanting to subjugate or eliminate all that oppose him.
Yo, guys, like, okay, I get it. The tweets are funny. The responses are funny, but like, we can't do this. I love Raven too much.
And Raven's father is a demon who kills and enslaves for his own benefit.
She's such a great character.
Her being Muslim is
Don't do
fitting.
this.
They literally just put Raven in a hijab because it looks like her hood, trying so hard to cram in all the forced diversity as possible. I like the show, but this part gets old. And there is actually some more context to all of this. For example,
where's Robin and Cyborg? I don't think it's actually a Teen Titans. I don't think it's actually a Teen Titans thing. It is pretty strange that they took Starfire, Beast Boy, and Raven though. Like, honestly, don't let the other two in, bro. What are they like? I can't imagine how they're gonna butcher them too.
As this account points out,
also, Raven's supposed to be like a really pale, like goth girl. Like, this whole design just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's the same thing they did with Starfire, right? Like, they made her black for forced diversity, despite the fact that she is from frickin' Tamaran, which is an alien planet, and she's always been orange. Like, it doesn't make any sense for Starfire to be black either.
To not like the comments that people were making, and also not like...
They did one too many times of people calling Trump orange, and now they were like, oh, we can't have Starfire be orange anymore.
Making the initial post from the OP as well, from this DC Film and News account. Let's take a look at what this person says then, shall we? They write, the first image of Bizarro alone is sufficient for this news post. The second, with Titan cosplayers, shows no feature of his design not already pictured. You knew exactly what you were doing here and should be ashamed. Now, whether you agree or disagree with this post, it is kind of funny that this dude's actually beefing with a news account, but let's take a look what they included here. The screenshot reads, on the official Adult Swim YouTube channel, the platform released a preview for the episode titled Mobile Suit Toyman. In this upcoming installment, Clark and the gang are attending Superfest, a comic convention focused on the Man of Steel, with Jimmy Olsen creating a comic book of his own to help sell. While struggling with his feelings for Kara, the preview reveals a surprise many might not have seen coming, with B-17 aka Bizarro attending the event wearing a Superman costume of his own. He's bombarded with fellow cosplayers portraying Starfire, Beast
So are these
Boy,
not actually
and
supposed to be
Raven.
the real
While
characters?
it isn't confirmed whether the Teen Titans are fictional in this universe, they do exist in some form or fashion within the Adventureverse. You can check out the preview below. Another comment would talk about how this is a cosplay, writing, it's a cosplay, but I still find it hilarious that they make the character born from a dark pact made with a devil a Muslim. But the war would continue, as that got a response from another user who said, good observation, usually she's white, which is more fitting to your
somebody
description.
got offended.
The whole situation even eventually making it international, with tweets in Portuguese, for example, this one reading, Raven is literally the daughter of the demon and uses black magic. What do they mean by that? Another Portuguese tweet reading, all right, she's the daughter of a demon who wants to destroy everything, so she had to be Muslim. But a French...
I love that, yeah, very, very normal account, bro. This person...
user chiming in as well, taking the other angle here, saying...
I wonder why they're taking the other angle here, bro. Like, what is their freaking Twitter name?
Now they're whining about fictional cosplayers. A Spanish user writing, sure, switching the character and having her go from being gothic to Muslim will attract lots of teenage readers. And another English response reading, the character's a cosplayer, not actually Raven. It's still funny to think about, though. Read the replies. Also, the art style bothers me. I think it's a combination of the thin line art plus the Beast Boy face angle that bothers me. And this response reading, oh...
Which just, you know what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to push this forced diversity angle always, because it's what they always do with everything.
Man, Twitter's a gross place. I thought people were going to be excited that, they were going back to the roots of the character. No racism.
I don't know how to feel about this. Teen
blatant.
Titans OG was myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, same, man. Legit, the best cartoon there ever was. In my opinion, personally, like, in terms of like American cartoons, like, that was it. I still can't believe they canceled it. and it's been canceled for like over 20 years. But like, even if they're just doing this, oh, he's flanked by these cosplayers, they're not even really supposed to be the character, they still know exactly what they were doing with how they were depicting them in the first place, right? Like, it's just classic DC. I mean, we already know DC is like omega cringe, right? You have Absolute Batman. The artist is freaking drawing Absolute Batman killing ICE officers, which is just freaking ridiculous, by the way, that you can even have somebody who's drawing that even be participating in freaking making your comic books at all, right? But also, I'm pretty sure in Absolute Batman, they have him fight some like actually comedically evil white supremacists that are like throwing up the freaking Roman salute for no reason, which is just like, yeah, bro. Sure. Like, for sure.
The roots.
I mean,
of the
Absolute
character,
Batman
because
also
Raven
kills
canonically
people and
has
stuff,
always
bro.
been
It's just
depicted
like
as Muslim,
clown
right?
fiesta
That's
over at DC.
definitely a thing. That's always been the root of her character. Anyways, that is the currently unfolding Raven controversy with My Adventures with Superman Season 3. Let me know what you think about the latest. I hope you enjoyed the video.
Yeah, if they ever make that actual Raven not a goth girl, just like nuke the planet, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Actually egregious. DC and Marvel in the gutters. The last Batman, Batman Beyond, was the last good Batman. Batman Beyond was an absolute banger. The Robert Pattinson Batman I heard was actually pretty good, but I didn't see it because I just had no faith. But I've heard the Batman was actually a pretty good movie. But it's also not tied into the current like DC universe. I thought the most recent Superman movie was like, it was okay, I guess. It wasn't like the greatest thing I've ever seen. It wasn't like overly egregious either. It's decent till the third act. But the newer Superman, I guess it's not new anymore, but the latest Superman movie was like, I don't know, man. Say whatever you want about the Man of Steel movies, right? Like, I think the whole verse was completely screwed by the people writing it. But you just can't have Henry Cavill's cast as Superman and then go to anyone else and make me want to watch it. Because it's like, there has never been a human being more perfectly casted than Henry Cavill as Superman. Am I biased because Henry Cavill's based and I love him? Yes. But like, it's so odd to try and watch anyone else play Superman. But like, obviously the old DC universe was egregious. It was so terrible, but I miss back when DC was cool, back when DC made cool stuff. It's just a shame that it always seems to turn out this way, especially with the superhero stuff where you don't need to push any politics or anything like that whatsoever. All you need to do is just focus on your cool story. You don't have to do this weird LARP in your freaking Marvel Universe stuff, man. Henry Cavill's so based, I can even forgive he's British. True. I can't wait to see the 40K show he comes out with, man. Like, it's such a shame too, dude, because, right, like, The Witcher show was so good, and then they just sold the bag by screwing over Henry, dude. Like, I don't understand why you would ever think that's a good idea. British slander? Always down for British slander. Speaking of British, Keir Starmer. I have a video pulled up about... Oh, yeah, here it is. I am so glad to see Keir Starmer go. Like, I know people are saying that he's probably going to get replaced by somebody worse, which is obviously true, but that's not going to stop me from celebrating the fact that this absolute loser is out of office. Like, I mean, he's obviously not out yet, but that he's resigning. He's a completely pathetic individual. And I guess it's up to the British people to really force the issue and make sure that things change for the better. But I mean, Keir Starmer had to go regardless, no matter what, right? So I'm obviously going to celebrate that he's gone.
Who's to resign?
I will never walk away from the country that I love.
Then Lowe released the report of everything Keir was ignoring. Then they tried to ban it on social media sites.
I'm not even saying Keir Starmer was ignoring it. Keir Starmer was facilitating it. You have to remember, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't know about all this stuff going on. They actively avoid talking about it at press conferences and anything like that. So to say that Keir Starmer was ignoring it, I think Decoy is honestly being too generous to Keir Starmer with by saying that.
Search engines essentially refuse to link you, and even ChatGPT can't even talk about it.
Wow, shocking. ChatGPT has like the gayest censorship ever, dude. You can't gen anything on there if it's even moderately offensive, and sometimes it's not even offensive at all, and it still won't let you gen it. Like, do you know how hard it is sometimes to get your character? Like, I did my thumbnail for the last stream, right? Where there's like flames behind my character's face. And it was like fighting me on trying to put flames behind me for some reason. I guess it thought it was like cooking him alive or something. These gay shirts are transforming Asmon.
Then the Roach King, Asmongold,
Listen, man,
read all
he may have been having some bad takes recently, but dude, a 7-hour stream calling this out, especially to his audience, like, kudos to him, bro.
218 pages to his 4 million subscribers for nearly 7 hours live on stream.
You guys ready? You think you are, but you're not.
And 3 days later...
And see, what's so sad about this is everybody who's been paying attention knows exactly that all of this stuff's been happening. I know I said it last stream. We didn't know the like super specific details of every single nitty-gritty case or whatever, but we already knew that this was a huge problem.
Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister, feigning
GBT's
success
very
in
picky
his
about
position,
anything close to violence.
Restoring
Yeah.
trust on the economy, defence,
Or anything close
and
to
national
slurs, bro.
security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
then crying like a bitch.
Being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad. And being the best dad I can to my
What a
beautiful
complete
children.
pushover.
If only he cared about protecting any of those other...
I mean, I'm glad that he got pushed over. I'm glad that he's not gonna stick around in his post, right? But being a leader and crying like that is just pathetic. Boo-hoo, my rear end. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Noisemaze? How you doing, dude?
innocent 250,000 British girls, but no, he only seemed to care when it finally impacted him, making his own party turn on him, demanding his resignation. As Lowe
What about the
directly
500
acknowledged as
children who were rope ganged? Yeah, exactly, bro.
but sharing the reports with the masses.
Not Rupert Lowe. I almost slandered the goat. Keir Starmer has been completely complicit in all of this, and it's genuinely disgusting that he's even allowed to resign. Like, he should 100% be locked up in prison somewhere.
Doing more for those British girls than the entire British media establishment. And correlation
Time for you to
doesn't
make your
equal
own
causation.
AI program and call it a
normally would
slurinator
be
or
a
something?
stretch to say an American Twitch
know
streamer
about that.
can end the career of UK's Prime Minister, but in the world of TikTok attention spans, mass media censorship, and reality television, sometimes it takes pop culture to finally find justice. R&B singer R. Kelly's criminal behavior was an open
Coward.
secret that took a Lifetime documentary to reinvigorate public outrage for him to finally see justice.
This is not me, y'all. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this.
With countless other instances similar to this. So it almost seems like Starmer's Labour Party was completely fine with the R report and the 250,000 essentially sacrificial lambs on an effort to control the narrative about immigration. But once a guy called the
And this is the thing, right? Like, if steps are not taken in the UK, you are going to see what's happening in Ireland. It's just simply inevitable. If they're not going to fix this massive problem, it's going to get really, really bad. And obviously, I would never advocate for violence or anything like that. And I honestly don't think violence is the best solution to situations like this. But, I mean, eventually, when these people end up exhausting all of their legal outlets to change the heinous and horrible things that are simply being allowed by the politicians in the UK or just in Europe in general, what do they expect is going to happen? So, like, I'm not going to blame them for standing up and actually taking back their country from the people that are just being allowed to straight up pillage their culture and their people.
Roach King got all the normies noticing the
Flashbacks to
heinous
Boondocks,
things
bro.
they've
The
not only
Boondocks
been
is so
allowing, but assisting in and actually paying for. Only then is it time for Stormer to step aside. But sadly, the escalation in the UK is already spiraling, as another mass slashing occurred in Edinburgh, Scotland. And even though this time, Stormer immediately stated it was absolutely appalling,
I think I have
and
a
he will
tab for
face
this.
the full force of the
We can
law,
watch later.
it's interesting how this has dominated the media, completely erasing the other recent mass slashing also in Edinburgh, Scotland, that somehow wasn't considered terror related like the more recent attack. And I've
Well,
been
you have
hearing
to
rumors
understand,
that the first
Decoy.
guy
Only white people are capable of committing really bad crimes because apparently they're the only one these people believe have any amount of brain cells to logically think through a situation or something like that. You know what I mean? Like all of these minorities that get put on trial for these heinous things they do, they're miraculously always found unfit to be given an actual true, it's all white people's fault. Yeah, what's up, people? No, but every time you see anybody that's not white get put on trial for crimes like this, they're always found not mentally fit enough to be tried for what they've done. Interesting how that always seems to happen.
was deemed unfit for trial and was immediately released for medical care, but I can't even find the first attacker's name, let alone concrete confirmation of what
Meanwhile,
consequences.
I mean, this isn't even in the UK. Like, Chud the Builder shoots somebody who's actively attacking him, and he's basically had the entire book thrown at him. Not that I particularly like Chud the Builder. I think he's kind of weird, but
if any, he's faced, as Asmongold reacted to this attack being painted as the Orr Report's fault.
That his bullshit gang report falsely claiming Muslims 250,000 white girls same week, Elon Musk, is anyone surprised? They're inciting violence against Muslims and emboldening extremists. If you think this is bad, this is nothing. You've created an entire narrative, and you've done all of this in the span of 3 hours since this event happened. And now everybody else has to listen to this narrative. Who gives a who cares? I don't want to hear about this. This person defends every terrorist in the world, and now he wants us to be worried about something bad happening to people like him.
And I never want to go down the path of our defenseless innocents get hurt, so your defenseless innocents get hurt, as what should happen is the second insane stabber gets the same lifelong sentence as the
I agree, right? They should totally both be 100% punished to the fullest extent of the law, right? Neither of them should be walking free. But the only reason that the second guy was even committing a crime in the first place is because they refuse to actually imprison or do anything about the minorities and the illegal immigrants. Well, I guess they're not illegal in the UK because they just let them in there and don't really do anything about it. But, you know, the immigrants that they're importing into the country that are destroying everything.
first, and any other insane stabber receives. But the UK is essentially setting up a third world, tribal-led, lawless society where the controlling party is given special privileges to commit crimes as a.
What happened to the Crusader mindset, bro? Like, when did the UK become so totally pathetic? It's like it's like the base people who are actually willing to defend their country just don't exist anymore. Like, has everyone there been so mind controlled? I mean, obviously there are other people, right? Like Rupert Lowe and people like that who are supporting him, but it's crazy that it's even gotten that bad over in the UK. I mean, to be fair, it's gotten bad in America too, but I don't know, man. Euros simply have the peasant mindset. There's no fixing that, sadly. Well, a lot more people have been waking up recently. It's just like, is this really how bad things need to get before people wake up?
Society is scared of what happens when you ask them to stop.
Like, it's pretty scary if things have to get this bad for people to wake up and start defending themselves and trying to take back their country, right?
When neither side expects justice or consequences, you already live in a lawless third world nightmare. As less than 2 weeks ago, the riots over Henry Novak wrecked Northern Ireland, with unconfirmed reports that the newcomers
the Henry Novak
the
story is
rioters were
probably one of
angry
the most
over
heartbreaking
were
stories
immediately ferried to England, which means
there's
the only
been
thing
in like
they're
years, man. I mean, that story was just horrifying.
political leadership
I don't
is
think I talked about it
acknowledging
on stream at
is
all,
the
but-
rioting and the Roach King, as this is no way to run a first world Western society. But after the R report, there's apparently masked gangs carrying sticks out hunting British citizens.
Oh, look at them. They look so peaceful. I mean, dude, I hate to say it, but like, they just act like caricatures of how you would imagine, how you would imagine these people to act like. You know what I mean? Like, people get offended by stereotypes, and then you look at a video like this, and it's just an actual freaking mob of of the exact stereotype.
Everyone just stick together. They paused. Let them.
It's hilarious too that like these people's strategy, like the entirety of history, is go into a country, absolutely pillage and destroy it, and then if they face any backlash whatsoever, they cry Islamophobia or cry victim or cry that they're being oppressed or something. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? And it's even worse that these retarded white liberal women fall for it and then defend them. Stereotypes of truth in them? Yeah, it's just like, you would expect there to be like a little bit of a difference, but like genuine, they're all just like genuine caricatures.
As the UK police treat their group much different than the British girls.
Well, we know that the British police will just straight up hand you over. So. Remember, guys, gals, stereotypes are earned, not given. True.
Which is on
how British police act when frail white girls bring up something to them, just start beating them. I mean, maybe they were being complete pricks. Maybe they deserve that, but they literally don't do anything to the actual criminals walking around there. So I would have a hard time believing it. Borat was a
track for the same police force that took victims back to their R gangs, saying, "Have fun with her." Just imagine it.
Yo, whoever those guys were that did that, execute them publicly, please. I'll pay to watch.
Shoveling down the whole social media ban for kids to protect them, when all it would really do is prevent anybody from sharing the R report or noticing any of the many crimes they're also desperate to suppress. Like the other girl that was murdered by a newcomer with a screwdriver, that the police toned down her mother's statement to avoid racial tension.
Well, from what I understand, the police will literally go to you in the UK with a script, and they're like, you have to say exactly what we tell you, or we're going to put you in jail. Because, as far as I'm aware, if anything you say could potentially stirs up riot or violence or anything like that, they'll hold you accountable for it. In terms of just being like imagine how Austin Metcalf's father was when he was saying the stuff about Carmelo Anthony. They would like hold him accountable for anything that sprung up out of him saying something like that, as far as I'm aware, if he was in the UK. So I'm pretty sure the reason you always see the police like tone down the stuff there is because they literally will go to you and say, if you don't fall in line and say exactly the narrative we tell you, we're going to throw you in jail too.
And that happened back in 2024. So after the mass slashing of kids at a Taylor Swift
That's
dance
my
party, Henry
I could be
Novak
wrong,
being
but like that
falsely
100%
framed as
sounds
a
like
racist,
exactly what
so they can get away with
Europeans
murder.
would do
And
at
now
this point.
the 250,000 or more girls that were awed and then ignored, the only thing we're seeing after noticing is one scumbag politician stepping down, while his alleged replacement is equally as awful.
Andy Burnham, is this
Yeah.
a coup? Are you mounting a coup?
I mean, the only person in Britain that I have like any trust towards is just Rupert Lowe. Like, because everyone else just seems squirmy, right? Like, you have people like Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage just seems like a... what's like a good example of a United States politician that he seems like? Just seems like a like a Ted Cruz or something, man. Just somebody that says things that sound good, but then he'll never actually follow through on any of that whatsoever. I mean, obviously Ted Cruz says stuff that makes no sense all the time, but I'm just trying to think of like a a good example, right? Like just very neocon individual. All he cares about is actually getting
He
into
not only
office.
allowed the police to ignore the grooming, but even arrested the fathers for noticing.
And I'm answering that directly because I want that to be known from my point of view. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, Andy.
You have not answered the question!
And being detached from English politics, I never noticed that for the last decade, no prime minister has ever lasted longer than 3 years, and they'll continue to have a revolving door of
Almost because their entire political system is straight up garbage.
failures until an
I
outgoing
mean, ours isn't
politician
amazing at all, but like,
is finally punished for these failures.
the problem with ours is not like the system itself, it's the, well, I mean, it kind of is. It's more the machine state, but that's kind of baked into the system at this point.
As it looks like Stormer will receive a golden parachute of a 6-figure pension and a taxpayer-funded security detail, essentially getting rewarded for 2 years of destroying the country. As this system is completely broken, but not much can be expected from a country that sacrifices little girls
Liz Truss was
to
based?
protect grooming
Not familiar
gangs
with
from
Liz
mean
Truss.
social media messaging. So if you appreciate my concise, sometimes light order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see him go, but I want to try and remain optimistic that people actually do something over him resigning this time, but I mean, come on. I 100% understand the nothing ever happens crowd. I'm probably being too too hopeful. I'm probably looking at it through too much rose-tinted glasses, but it's just, especially with the stuff popping off in Ireland lately, like, you'd have to imagine you feel like it's now or never in the UK, right? Because, I mean, if you don't solve it right now at this point, I don't see how it doesn't become Ireland. I don't see how it doesn't become Belfast. And, like, how can you even blame the people at that point if every single legal option has been exhausted? But again, like I did say this last stream, I don't know how you fix this problem without it coming to some kind of violent exchange, because you've already let in such a ridiculous proportion of these people into your country. I mean, the #1 male baby name is Muhammad, bro. How do you fix this? Like, how do you kick them out? There's so many of them. You have to kick them out, but I don't understand how you're going to be able to kick them out without a confrontation. It just seems like they've dug themselves an impossible trench that they can only fight their way out of, but we'll see. The UK has been unbelievable lately. I mean, look at Canada. Trudeau stepped down just to have Advisory Carney take over. Yeah. It's probably what'll happen here too, but I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not overly familiar with UK politics, but I've only recently, like over the last year or so, been looking more at the UK and the stuff that's happening over there, just because of how bad it is, right? And I feel like we need to look over there because the truth is, we can probably be able to tell, you know, the health of our own country and the things that might end up happening here if we look over there, because this is the exact same playbook that the liberals want to use in the United States, right? Yo, what's up, Enjo? How are you? Dude, I speak too fast sometimes. I just straight up don't finish my words. But I am very curious to see how the UK ends up handling this situation, because it's either gonna break and like it's just all gonna disintegrate, or it's, I mean, I don't know, man. People either lay down and the country just dies, or they rise up. But again, it's hard to say that you want to see people rise up, because you know that it's gonna be bad. That's better than Hassan maxing and speaking at 0.75 speed. Well, I trust you guys can understand me not talking like this. As soon as they succeed in taking Americans' guns away, we become the UK. That's true, but will they succeed in taking Americans' guns away? I have such a... The doomer in my brain wants to say that one day it'll happen. But the other part of me is like, there are so many people that would literally rather die than let the government have their guns. Which is based. Like, you're telling me, especially with like how big the parts of like gun culture is in the US, like, I don't know, man. Also, the gun industry, you have to imagine the people that are producing them and stuff like that would also have absolutely none of it, right? So, I don't know. But 2A is definitely been probably what has saved America the most trouble in terms of stopping the government from completely taking over everything. Just because it's like kind of hard to do something against a nation of people that have a gun behind every blade of grass unless you're in a liberal state. That is probably what they do first, though. They take over all the liberal states, and then they try and take over everything else from there. You know, take over the liberal states, take over the liberal state infrastructure and stuff like that, and then try and starve out the rest of the country, I guess. I don't know how well that would work for them, though, right? Like, they do have a lot of the infrastructure in, like, their areas, though, right? Like Northern Virginia, California, Washington State. I should be giving them ideas. You imagine they're listening in right now? I think it's stop a mass uprising. They could take out small groups one at a time. Just more mass media manipulation. The thing about mass media manipulation at this point, though, is like, you can't really get around Twitter. Twitter is kind of like their kryptonite at this point. Because Twitter will spread the news faster than any media corporation could ever do. People calling out The View? Oh man, The View is talking about Carmelo Anthony. I don't even want to know what Whoopi Goldberg has to say about this case, bro.
Is this Whoopi Gold? Oh no. Is this what I think it's gonna be?
This story we've been following this, and so now there's new footage that has been released of the moments after high schooler Carmelo Anthony fatally stabbed Austin Metcalf.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
Could you imagine crying after you just murdered somebody for no reason? And the sad fact is people will actually sympathize with you. What a sociopath, bro.
Sentenced to 35 years in prison, which he's appealing. Some people believe that race was a factor in the trial because there were no black jurors.
There were no black jurors, specifically because every single black person they tried to put on the jury was like, I can't put no brother in prison. I can't be unbiased and shit. Like, come on, bro. Are you kidding me?
There were no black jurors because the black jurors said that race would be a factor and they wouldn't want to put a brother in jail. I'm not even kidding. They literally said that.
One prospective juror who prosecutors identified as African American said he would have a hard time putting a brother in jail.
They were struck for
Why?
that.
You know he didn't add that R to the end of brother. I can't put no brother in jail.
And some
fake news coverage.
Folks think, no, he got a...
See, she never explained the reason why.
Of course she didn't explain the reason why. Because she's not of that opinion. Which, I mean, it's not really an opinion. It's just a fact that he obviously executed Austin Metcalf for no reason in cold blood. But they always do this. They always do this. They will only side with their own race for absolutely no reason. And then be like, oh, why are the tensions in this country rising so much? They say as they fan the flames as much as they possibly can. And then tell the other side to tone down the rhetoric. Like, come on, bro.
Including that information because you want to poison the well and make people think that the jury was racist.
Fair trial, but is this a jury of his peers?
I don't think so. This has been an issue.
Could you imagine? Oh, every jury has to be... If if you have a black person that's being accused of a crime, every single person on the jury has to be pulled straight from the hood. Literally sipping on lean, sitting there in the chair on the sides, bro. Like, come on.
For such a long time in the judicial system where generally...
Hey, yo, his Jordans weren't fresh enough, man. Lock him up. Lock that fool up. We finna acquit this murderer and shit.
A juror of color for a race neutral.
Generally, look at what she's saying. She's saying and implying that they struck them because they were black for a race neutral reason, which it's actually the opposite. They struck them because they were being race biased.
Not supposed to just strike someone
Well, they're incapable of understanding that.
because they're black.
That's not what happened, and they know that.
I also think we have
Do they know it? Like, I genuinely... These people are so isolated and completely... like detached from reality that like part of me wants to believe they're just that stupid, dude. Yeah, Johanna, the Jordans don't fit. You must have quit. That's how they acquitted OJ. The glove doesn't fit. Ignore the fact we took the worst care of this possible, and that a leather glove would obviously shrink if blood was just left on it. Yana, shut up. You weren't even there.
look at self-defense here because there seems to be two systems of justice at play in this country.
Yeah.
And there have been for a very long time.
It's when a white person does this, everybody agrees that it was bad and the white person goes to jail. And when a black person does this, you have a bunch of black people
I can't
that
get
go
over
out
this
and
one
say
person that like actually demon possession in the freaking camera. Like
the jury was racist and it was rigged and come up with...
It's just... Bro, come on, man. You can't make this up. Like, they make their own propaganda against themselves, dude. Bro, come on. Nobody is ever gonna see somebody acting like this and side with them. The OJ case, some of the usual suspects said they couldn't convict a fellow. Of course they did.
Was rigged and come up with infinitely many racial justifications for why stabbing somebody in the chest with a knife is okay.
Bro, I just can't get over it that they always have to get 2 millimeters away from someone's face and genuinely start tweaking out.
So I understand that, and I believe that to
That's
be
the
true.
problem.
In this case, this young man, you heard him say he put his hands on me, and I...
Oh, the horror. I was going to be pushed out into the rain. That's why I pre-prepared a knife to stab him with. Like, bro, what?
Told him not to.
Well, I mean, of course he's telling the truth. You should immediately believe that the person...
Not to mention, she's totally ignoring the people who were testifying that Austin said he said, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet, bro. No, clearly he was nefariously putting his hands on him, right? Like, obviously. Except for the fact everybody in the trial who was testifying said otherwise. But these people, they're obviously never paying attention to any evidence whatsoever that has to do with cases like this. So these people straight up just go on vibes and skin color. That's it.
Somebody in the chest is telling the truth. What about all the other witnesses?
More than 10 of these students and teammates testified that Austin Metcalf repeatedly asked Anthony to leave. Several recalled Anthony responding,
I've already done my
Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling
racial
Anthony,
impersonation.
Dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest.
And the other
says, I'm not going to fight you. Proceeds to get stabbed. Oh, clearly it was self-defense. Like, what world do these people live in?
Taller than he is. He was the only black kid under the tent.
Oh, the horror! He was the only melanated individual under the tent. I feel so unsafe. Like, don't you find it interesting that if you were to go under a tent and it was like full of Asian people and you're the only white person there, you wouldn't feel scared at all? But if you were to go under a tent and, you're the only white person under a tent of, you'd be scared.
his twin brother with him, who was also a very large person.
So you're trying to imply that the brother has some sort of implicit guilt of bullying Carmelo Anthony? Is this it?
Well, they believe the implicit guilt is just they're white, which makes them guilty. Because, obviously, ignore the fact that this is a show hosted by, like, 3 exorbitantly rich black women who LARP that the system is against them. I always find it so funny that people will clap for people like this. They go up here on their multi-million-dollar contract network television shows. They get no viewers. And they're like, guys, the system is so rigged against you if you're a black woman, or just a woman, or just black, or just anything but a white man.
If you don't fear for your life, if you weigh 130 pounds, I weigh 130 pounds. Facing somebody that's 200 pounds, I would be terrified of that. I don't understand why self-defense was rejected by this jury.
Because there were 20 witnesses that all said that it wasn't, and he was the aggressor because he was in a place he shouldn't have been. And he said, touch me, see what happens, and then he stabbed somebody in the heart with a knife. So this is what people like her.
Carmelo Anthony was actively inviting the fight the whole time. The kid says, yeah, I'm not going to fight you, and then he stabbed him, bro. Like, it doesn't get more clear cut, bro. She probably weighs more than I do. I believe it. That weave on her head probably weighs like 30 pounds minimum.
They just simply misrepresent the situation and lie to their viewers. She's omitting massive, huge facts that a jury convicted this person of.
His father.
See, here's the thing, though. These people are so brainwashed that I genuinely don't even know if they believe in the facts. Or that they did enough research to even get the facts. You know what I mean? That's what's crazy about this. Or like the state of the country at the moment is people are so brainwashed that I honestly don't know if they even researched this whatsoever. And 2, if they did research it, they're probably like, oh, well, the facts disagree with me, so I'm just going to pretend I don't, I'm just going to pretend they don't make sense.
Podcast and listen to it for yourself, but he called Carmelo Anthony a racial slur, and he also said that the reason
that wasn't a racial slur, it was just funny, and it was true.
reason that black people weren't on the jury is because black people are unable to hold bias from the trial because
that's true. But the person
they actively admitted
that themselves in jury selection. But you're omitting that information and you're making it sound like the dad was a racist for no reason.
And also that was only after Carmelo's family went on television, implying the whole trial was a setup.
What stuck out to me, number one, was the
literally spent all the money that they shouldn't have made in the first place off of this GoFundMe on themselves instead of their son's legal defense, which, to be fair, he never should have had that money for a legal defense in the first place. It's egregious that he was even able to profit off of murdering somebody for no reason. But, like, you can't complain that your son's trial was botched when you didn't even you didn't even pay for their legal defense.
All white jury, but I was
Carmelo Anthony's father. Your son stabbed somebody in the chest, but the real problem was white people.
You know, like, all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
What?
I feel like it was just a setup.
From day one, I said this was never about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose.
Exactly. This guy tries to go there. He tries to pray with the family. He tries to forgive the family and do all this stuff. They basically laugh him out of the room, go completely and do the opposite of what he's trying to say, right? Like, don't make this a race thing. Don't do this. Don't, like, make this some big thing that needs to inflame the country or whatever. They laugh him out the room, and then they get offended when he comes out and just starts dropping Xbox 360 homebrews, you know? Like, bro, far be it from me to judge the man. I would have said so much worse than he did. Like, are you kidding me? He was pretty tame, in my opinion.
Chose both.
So that is the thing. That's the thinking of the victim's father.
That's right.
Well,
so the implication is that the victim now it's like more acceptable. What they're doing whenever they're saying this is they're literally trying.
You can't blame the guy for dropping Xbox 360 live voice chat homebrews. You know, like I know he was cooking that one up in his brain for a while, and it was fire. Brother, yo, what's up, Moses? How you doing, dude?
inspire racial violence. They're lying and omitting facts that would completely change people's perspective if they were shown, but they're not showing those facts. They're not telling those things. And the reason why is because they want to foment and promote more racial hatred, more racial bias, more racism, more division.
They pissed on his son's grave. I'd crash out too. That's what I'm saying. I would have done so much worse than Austin Metcalf's dad, bro. If you ask me, that guy was being tame. Like, it's crazy that people are even upset at the guy. Like, I don't know if there was a single thing on this earth that I would not say about them compared to what he said, bro. Like, I probably shouldn't repeat it what he said on YouTube, obviously, but he was being tame. He didn't even go that crazy on him. But yeah, I mean, Austin Metcalf's dad was that guy was trying to be incredibly reasonable. He held back for sure. Yeah, I mean, come on. That guy was being like, he's a better man than me. That's what I'll say. He's a better man than me. And honestly, Austin Metcalf's brother is a better man than me too. Because, dude, like, I don't think Carmelo Anthony would have been able to run away from me.
Deadly terror attack in Canada. Like, this happened today. It was crazy. There was like a huge shootout, and the video was really, really crazy. And like, I've seen the whole video, but I can't show.
Have I
it on
not
stream
heard
for
about
obvious
this?
reasons. So you know, you can look it up yourself. But I know that the Benny coverage is safe, so we're gonna watch it.
Demand equality with men, but
I'm wearing Leaflet's hair again.
God says no, because I maketh you man and woman, and you're both different, and that's beautiful because you work harmoniously together in my kingdom. I made woman for man, and vice versa.
I haven't heard about it either.
Bible,
yeah,
bro.
that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised I haven't heard about
I
this
don't
story.
believe in that, bro. Okay, fine. Do you believe in science? Because here's the science.
This one gets kind of crazy too. I mean, I sense a donut operator video coming out on this eventually at some point, because I still think my favorite police story of all time is the freaking acorn incident. You look good in your cowboy hat, yeah. One day I'll escape the PNG dimension. We're all leaflets, a million leaflets.
Show average
Do
differences
the police
in a ton of traits.
shooting at
driven by
acorns?
genetics and hormones and evolutionary pressure.
This is
Stuff you
genuinely
can't
the
ever
funniest
change.
video I've
Like,
ever seen.
Men are taller and stronger, heavier, have better muscle mass, bone density, upper body strength. They have more fast twitch muscle fibers. Men have bigger hearts and lungs and higher hemoglobin than women. We're 40 to 50% stronger.
Yeah, just learn magic, women. Just learn magic.
Yeah, but obviously women are capable of doing this. Are doing these physical jobs where they're going to be actively trying to fight men to like handcuff them who are going to be infinitely stronger than them just genetically by default. Like, it's crazy that also, what kind of a woman thinks to themselves, yeah, I want to go arrest people? Like, that just seems like a very strange thing. Like, call me crazy, but if I was a woman and I had the option of just stay-at-home mother, I'm taking that, bro. Like, come on. You're telling me I don't have to do a corpo slop job? I just take care of my own children? Like, I'm taking that 10 out of 10 times, bro.
Women often show better fatigue resistance.
Benny has a follow-up on the story that gives more detail about the shooter.
Okay, cool. Obviously, a ton of other different characteristics. Men have thicker
My
skin,
wife said after this.
literally and metaphorically. Different finger length ratios. Cool. Cognitive
Okay,
differences.
let's not talk
There are
about the
a ton
finger
of-
length. Yeah, dude, I was actually born with like little girl hands. I don't know what it is, but my hands are tiny, man.
Different cognitive differences between men and women. Spatial, visuospatial. Men
I
tend to
might have
outperform
smaller
mental
hands
rotation.
than
Verbal.
women.
Women have better verbal fluency. Men are better at math. Women are better at memory and perception. It's fine. It doesn't make greater or lesser than. It just means that you can't treat them as equal. It means that if men have all these physical advantages over women, then you shouldn't be playing a man in a woman's sport. Cruelty of putting some mentally ill goblin out there to go beat up women. It's evil.
That's racist against
Perfect for
And it also
typing,
probably
yeah.
means that in extremely physical and demanding and high-stress jobs, you should be very cautious about who you're putting into those roles.
No, if I ever do a
matter
hand
what,
cam one
you
day,
should
bro, I'm gonna
cer-
get I'm gonna get like the reverse VTuber allegations, you know? All the woman VTubers get accused of being men. I'm gonna get accused of being a girl. 'Cause my hands are small.
The thing is like a lot of jobs that are like law enforcement, they require a lot of physical strength. And you know, I keep saying this, like I've said this before. I actually don't care if it's a man or a woman. I just care if it's the best person. And if there's going to be a standard that is equal for both men and women.
Well, just in terms of being a police officer or, you know, somebody in the military or something like that, the best person for a combat position, which, I mean, the police is a combat, like, for the most part. You're being good company with Queen. The best person's obviously never going to be somebody who is just genetically outpowered by default. Genetically going to lose, like, a physical confrontation by default.
And that standard,
I mean, obviously the taser and the gun goes a long way, but not every fight is going to be so clean, or every encounter is going to be so clean where you're either to able shoot or tase somebody without them managing to get to you and like actually start to fold you like a lawn chair, you know?
actually a good standard. Like, it's not like nerfed specifically to allow for women. I think there should just be an objective standard of like what they need to do for the job, and that's what it should be. But they always give like women a pass, always like lower the bar for women to join.
Not to mention, they lower the bar for sure, but they also do the quotas, right? Oh, you know, you have to have X amount of women in your workforce, X amount of this, X amount of that. Completely retarded way to handle hiring or anything like that. Like, positions in general should never just be handouts, right? Like, if for whatever reason, you know, Asians tend to be outcompete everybody else in the higher IQ fields and stuff like that, then they should dominate that field, you know? It shouldn't be like, oh, well, we have to let this white person through so that it's not 100% Asian, or, oh, we have to let this black person through or something like that. You know what I mean? Just be, lock in, get better than them. If you want this role, then, you know, you're going to have to work harder.
And that has...
Not that Asian people don't have to work hard to be smart. I'm just saying, like, in general. Like, statistically.
really bad consequences, right? Like,
mainly due to the way their culture is
situation,
raised,
for instance,
and
right,
stuff like
where,
that. They
you
value
have a dude
hard
who's being
work more than
rowdy, and then you
most other
have
cultures.
you have like a woman cop that is trying to do something about that. She can't. She like literally can't. Like, if it's like a big dude, she can't do anything about it. Well, like there is of course like the case that like there might be a dude that can't do it as well, but the woman is going to be worse off than the dude for sure. It's like not even close.
Well, it doesn't matter how much a woman trains. Like, obviously a woman can train to be stronger than like a genetically weak and untrained man. But a woman can train and still be weaker than the average man. You know why? Because you can't make up for like an infinitely longer wingspan and like a foot of extra of height. You know what I mean? How is a 5'4" woman, I think 5'4" is like the average height for a woman, gonna beat up on a dude that's minimum 4 inches taller than her? And I think 5'8's like, I don't know what the average height for like an American man is. Is it 5'10"? I don't know. Like 6 inches of height is a lot. 6 inches is a lot, guys. Am I true or truing? You know, 4 inches is a lot.
And I explained this before. I didn't really understand how big the differences were until I had to move a couch.
1 inch is a
like,
lot.
Me and my mom were struggling to move a couch, and like we had a dude at the
5'9"
house,
is average.
And the dude was like, "What are you trying to do?" And we're like, "We're trying to move this couch." And he's like, "I got this." And he just like picked it up.
Stop making me feel short. Bro, I'm short. I'm not tall. I'm 5'8". 4 inches is huge, actually. That's what I'm saying, bro. Listen, like, All these people out here like 4 inches is tiny, bro. I couldn't take 4 inches.
It's like it was like me and my mom trying to pick up the couch with like those straps. You know, like those like
you get hit with you get hit by something that's 4 inches long. That would hurt, man.
It goes up and wraps around your forearms. You know what I mean? Like you have all of like the mechanical tools, and dude just picked up the couch.
Advisement, some of the natural capacities and abilities of a man versus a woman in a ton of different jobs. Like who's going to go down to the sewers, who's going to work these construction jobs, and who's going to work the extremely scary mining jobs or oil rig jobs.
And again, like you know, it's really nothing against women, right? Like it's not. And this is the thing is they'll say like, oh, this is like really misogynistic or whatever, but like, is it really? We're just speaking of reality. Like I would think differently. Like, okay, listen, like there's a lot of situations in which I'd think differently. So I'll give you some good examples. Let's say we did have magic, and let's say that you could use magic to enforce your hands and then like your arms and then pick up a car. Then okay, I wouldn't really care, right? If a woman was in that job, or if we had
like, talking about magic, bro.
We had you got chromed out or something, and like a woman who got like totally chromed out, and she could pick up whatever.
We're talking about like cyberpunk edge runners, man. You imagine you're committing a crime and then somebody flies out from like behind the corner and just shoots freaking laser whips into you. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, it would be horrifying to be a criminal.
Then sure, like it doesn't matter in that case either. Or if we lived in like a Pokemon world where everybody was using like you know, summon my Snorlax, have him pick it up, then there's no problem.
Bro, how fire would that be? Just throw a Charizard at somebody.
But we don't live in those worlds. We live in like on like Earth, which doesn't have these things. So again, like it's, you know, I can point to several circumstances, several different scenarios, like if you were to change the factors, in which it wouldn't be the case. But again, we live in reality. Reality doesn't have those factors, so it's just unfortunate.
Jobs where women are physically not strong enough.
Speak for yourself. I'm about to go. Freaking summon a magic spell book and learn how to cast some spells, bro.
Average woman absolutely not strong enough to do. Is policing one of those jobs?
My brain is not working today, man.
The internet. Montreal shooting leaves officer, civilian, and suspect dead. Okay, what happened in Montreal?
For whatever reason.
Oh, I thought there was no gun crime in Canada. I thought Canada was so
No,
liberal.
you banned all the guns. Guns can't commit crime. There can't be gun crime in Canada. That's impossible. Which historically has a large Jewish population. Huh?
Yeah, what the hell? I thought they have no guns in Canada. What's going on
Will
here?
never be killed by a gun again. Police officer was shot dead in Montreal on Monday.
Well, my eyes were just drawn to the word Jew, I guess, bro. Like, I don't know why I was able to just see that.
The video is brutal, by the way. If you haven't seen
I didn't even read anything.
If you're very squeamish, I wouldn't recommend watching it. It's very
yeah, I'm not gonna watch
gun-free zones and these gun-free.
I'm not gonna watch people get taken out. You know, human mind normally not meant to watch heinous, violent stuff. Bro zeroed in, bro. Like legit. I just scanned the screen, like looked from Benny Johnson's face to Leaflet's face, and I just happened to see the word Jew. Zoomed and enhanced, yeah. Guns are banned in Canada, by the way. Yeah. Yep. So obviously stuff like this should never be possible, right? Wait a minute. Why does it seem like every single time a mass gun crime is committed, 9 out of 10 times, it's always in the places that have banned guns? That's strange. It's almost like when there's no threat of getting shot for doing something heinous with a gun, it's a lot easier to do a really big, heinous crime. That's why people always go after soft targets, like these sick freaks, they go after soft targets, you know? Because who's gonna shoot them for busting in there and, you know, doing a mass shooting, right? Like, good guy with a gun, I know people always make fun of it as an argument, but it genuinely is the best solution to this. Chicago is a gun-free city? Yeah, bro. California's gun-free. You know, I'm sure Michigan is gun-free. Don't ask what happens in Detroit. Such incel sexist misogyny. Obviously, women deserve to be police officers in a male field.
Societies, and this stuff keeps happening. It's actually better for...
Wait, Wait, what?
Also the
Dude,
shooting
Kayla
capital
says
of
Lisa,
America,
I was
yeah.
chased by a madman earlier today. It was bizarre. Wait, what? What happened, bro? What the hell? That's crazy, dude.
But guys, they ban the
Everyone
guns.
to be armed.
Shooting
A very
shouldn't even be
peaceful and
possible.
polite society.
The
is
guns
where-
should
one
just
where
like
everyone's
explode in a person's hand when they try to assemble one in these gun-free zones.
armed.
The thing that
anyway.
can happen is happening again. I know, right?
A local
Many
officer
such
was. This is
cases.
the first time a local officer was killed in the line of duty in a quarter of a century. A civilian was also killed, and another officer was
Many
injured.
such
A male
cases.
suspect was shot. And
The first
killed
time a
right
local
away.
officer was killed in the line of duty in nearly a quarter of a century. That's kind of crazy. Like, there was a quarter of a century is a long time.
A police chief said they believed to have acted alone. Shooting began a busy part of the city. Historically, a large Jewish population. A witness saw a gun sticking out of a window, heard shots, and called police. But here's what happened, man. An officer was shot dead by the gunman, but then a bystander was shot dead by the police officer, a female police officer.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We dispatch a female police officer to the scene. Her partner gets killed, unfortunately. And she accidentally caps a citizen? Just some random dude standing there? Like, you know it's bad when you're more in danger from the police than the active shooter. Chicago's a gun-free zone that Machine Gun Kelly can't perform there. Yeah,
neutralized
true.
by authorities following a Monday shooting that left a police officer and
Okay,
a
guys, I have a-
citizen dead. Here's the sad part about it.
Okay, guys, I have a question. All right, hear me out. I think there's a logical path for this. Okay, can you say that a person who
No,
is
but if you point out that this is likely going to occur because the police keep letting in such horrible recruits, you just get accused of being sexist. Until, obviously, someone ends up getting shot by the police. Bro, Canada's a joke. I saw the uncensored version. Yeah, it's true. Also, the woman ran away after shooting the civilian, which led to her death. Absolutely despicable. Throw her in prison immediately.
And okay, so AI is our best chance of like creating some kind of crazy technology for like cyberware or something like
Bro,
that.
we don't need... Okay. We don't need cyberware. The cyberpunk, like, 2077 world seems like the most AIDS place ever. I know that that's a bit, like, over-the-top dystopian, right? But just augmenting yourself with robotic parts sounds awful, dude. I do not want to live in a world where people are doing that to themselves. Leaflet, no. Well, it's just... The female cop died too? Did she?
Where men could then be physically as strong. Women can
I
be
don't
as
think so.
physically strong as men, right? If we had cyberware, right? Here's the question: what's our best?
I think it's saying shot the civilian, and the civilian was a woman, and the civilian died.
chance to get to that?
I think
So
so,
if
yeah,
a
she's saying.
person is anti-AI, can you say that they're misogynistic? Oh, actually, you could say that with trans stuff too. You could say that AI is the best way to actually have a situation in which trans people can have like the bodies that they want. So like, isn't that also anti-trans to be anti-AI?
I'd rather live in the Imperium than Cyberpunk California. Yeah, bro, you want to be a freaking you want to be a Skitari?
What do you think? Can I
The woman
call
cop's partner
all of
died.
the anti-AI people
civilian she shot died.
transphobic and misogynistic? What do you think? Can I? I think it's fair.
No, I heard from the reports the shooter shot her back, which led to her death after running away. Really? We already have Claude telling us where to put.
Yeah,
According
dude,
to
I'm gonna
all
start doing
available
it.
video shot by the actual female police officer who was hiding and cowering for her life.
argue
I'd
with
be
that
a
logic
Acadian,
right now,
thank
right?
you.
Situation. She just watched
Okay,
her
man.
partner get shot, but then she got spooked
Thanks,
by an
Pipel,
innocent
thank you.
bystander inside of a cafe.
He was a flash, but tripped
Who
and
the
fell on
fuck
his
is
own neck.
Leaf
But
And
oh my
according
god, what the
to
fuck?
All available video popped up and shot him.
Yeah, so if you didn't see the video, I'll tell you what happened. Okay, so if you look at this picture here,
Shooter was a commie, I think. Not
The
surprising.
gunman is to the right. Here, let's see if we can like.
And
if you can
I mean, people who do these mass shootings are always exactly who you would expect. The crazy freaking retards.
see my cursor here. So the gunman was like over here, like far away though, like like imagine he's like about 4 screen lengths to the right behind cover. This guy here is trying to run away. This is a civilian. The guy in the black shirt is a civilian. This is a female cop. So the female cop's partner got shot. See this blood here on the ground? It's I think that's blood. I don't know.
He was a commie incel who blamed capitalism for not being able to get a girlfriend and being short or something? Really? Dude, they really will blame capitalism for legit anything, bro. What do you mean capitalism won't let me get a girlfriend? Does he believe they're gonna get communal girlfriends in communism? Like, what the fuck? It's not gonna change you, bro. Like, it doesn't... Misinformation everywhere? Yeah.
But anyway, the male cop who was her partner got shot. And then this guy is like running away from the assailant. The female cop ducks for cover, sees this guy standing there, gets spooked, and just fucking caps him. Like she...
Yeah, girls with 5,000 STDs. Worse than commie, he's Jewish. Oh. Oh. The tarred subclass of humanity has to go, yeah. Shared GF. Our girlfriend, comrade. Like, bottom 2% needs to be dealt with, yeah. But throw them all in the box, bro. No, dude. This guy legit tried to run away from the active shooter, and she was just like, bro, you can't have the same hiding spot as me. Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes, but like... I mean, what else are you supposed to do in a situation this horrible? Like,
he literally just got spooked and just like looked up, saw the guy there, like just no presence of mind, and just fucking blasted him.
Got spooked by an innocent bystander inside of a cafe.
Like, here's the thing. I would also probably be pissing myself if I got into an active firefight with somebody out of nowhere. So, you know. But I also didn't sign up to do this. You know what I mean? It's like, you're supposed to go through training so that you don't just blast a civilian to the afterlife for no reason.
And according to all
died, by the way.
Available video, popped up and shot him. Female cop just executed a random bystander.
You can watch the video. It's very, very clear. Like, it's not like, this isn't like a... we don't know situation. This isn't a situation of we don't have, the footage is really grainy. No, it's crystal clear from 2 angles.
Trying to get away from the shooter. And when the real shooter came, she fled, leaving 2 people dead because of her incompetence. What the hell are we even doing allowing female police officers? This is the commentary on the internet right now.
Oh, really?
And there's video, multiple video angles showing this happening. I'm
not only is the lady cop to blame for freaking out, but this is also a failure of the training, yeah.
I show the video right
Well, it's in Canada, so everything's a failure.
now. You can find it online. There's rules against graphic violence and death. Feel free
Maybe
to go.
If that innocent bystander was legally allowed to have a gun and shoot the guy back, he wouldn't have to go run to try and hide behind something and get shot by the horrifically trained police officer woman.
Look, I mean, you can find it here. Breaking 911.
But also, I mean, I don't necessarily want to blame the training when, like, because I don't know what the training looks like. So it's like, she could have just actually been that inept and they just passed her through.
This is a really big account that's got millions of followers, and you can find the video. The video captures so much wrong with modern era. White man has hit some sort of breaking point and he's shooting cops. Male cop was shot first. Girl cop completely useless. Bystander gets up to leave to get away from the from the danger, and the girl cop shoots him because she's jumpy and freaking out.
She was like, classic panicking, like XCOM panicking. You look at XCOM when you have like those people that are like low willpower or whatever, and then they just like.
Dude, I love how Leaflet just breaks everything down in video game terms.
Like, just imagine like the XCOM thing where it's literally the same thing.
The first opportunity. Even though the
shooter they passed her through, that's still failure of the training. True. Yeah, just complete systematic failure to begin with. Like, she should have never been in that job at all. And now she needs to go to prison because, I mean, she just straight up executed a dude running away from the gunmen. The Star Wars people. When they say Star Wars people, are they talking about the Tusken Raiders? Are they talking about Jawa? Like, which Star Wars race are we alluding to?
In on her. This is, of course,
Physico, thank you for the bits. Thank you.
Purely visible in the actual footage.
Because obviously I'm not going to watch the video. I mean, there's no reason to watch two people get killed for, you know, like, I don't need to see that.
Entire time, Star Wars.
I saw it. Totally knee-jerk reaction. No thought, only fear. Yeah.
People are rambling in some foreign language. You're living through the collapse. You should start acting like it. Ugh. Female cop executes a bystander at point-blank range while trying to hide from a mass shooter.
I'm sure
countries
it is.
that already banned most guns. What else can you say, really? It's all the facts that you really need here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Right then.
Like, oh, dude, it sucks so bad to be the bystander. The police pull up. You're like, oh, thank God. People who are trained to deal with this situation have arrived. Let me get out of here. And, you know, oh, there's a police right there. I'll hide with them because it's obviously the safest place to hide with the person with the gun. Oh, they killed me. Well, thanks a lot, dude. Literally, if I was just allowed to own a gun myself, I would have been better prepared for the situation than you, who went through training courses, allegedly.
The entire scenario is crazy, really. Yeah. What more is there to say? Country bans guns, and then there's still a mass shooting, and then female police officer shoots random dude.
It's a really tough look and a really sad situation. Obviously, female Montreal officer appears to have allegedly shot and killed a civilian during a shootout with a gunman.
See, I thought this was going to be like a line of sight problem where like she's just shooting without any care in the world of what's behind something. Nah. Literally just killed somebody directly in front of her for absolutely zero reason.
Multiple angles. It's really horrifying to see. And should you rethink based on the differences between men and women in certain roles, especially roles that are deadly? Woman shoots bystander trying to escape, immediately gets shot.
I think
size, yeah.
Here's the thing though, is like this specific.
It is sad because this is totally foreseeable, right? People have been complaining about women finding themselves in these roles to begin with for years and years and years. And how many times are we going to see situations like this happen? That is training error, yeah. How many times are we going to see stuff like this happen? And is it ever going to be addressed?
Like fair here, trying to be logical, right? There's two different things going on here. So like one, in this like very specific case, like is it possible like a dude could have panicked like that? Like I
mean, of course it's possible that a dude could have panicked like that. But just genetically speaking, by default, they're less likely to.
I think so. I don't really think it's a unique thing to women to panic in like a situation like that, right?
And I hate to say this, right? But like, I can't imagine being a police officer and being a man. If they partnered me up with a woman, like, no offense to her, it doesn't matter if she's the greatest police officer on planet Earth, anything like that, I'm immediately resigning. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if she's freaking phenomenal. She can still get outboxed, out-strengthed by anybody in a close confrontation. Like, if guns and tasers get out of the picture, she's literally a detriment.
And that's like one thing, right? That's this specific scenario. It's like the person wasn't cut out.
With that said, I'm not a tall, huge dude either, so I'm not going to be in the police force and try and fight off a 6'4" frickin' hulked out human being on methamphetamine, you know?
Regardless of like what their gender was, right? Whatever. But there's a second thing here that we don't really talk about. And the second thing is, in the case in which physical force needs to actually be used, men can exert the physical force way better. The problem with women and weak people, not just women, weak people in general.
Yo, Leaflet, don't call me out like that.
Who the fuck is Leaflet?
They have to exert more deadly force than a person who isn't powerful. And the reason why is because
I'm trying to LARP as a himbo online, Leaflet. I'm trying to LARP as a himbo so I can have a chance with Kirsha, you know?
Because if there's ever a struggle or something like that, a weaker person must resort to deadly force faster because they don't have the ability to contain the situation physically, right? So in the case that like a woman is being attacked by a person, or you know they're in a struggle, like a conflict, where you know they're wrestling for something, like a gun, for example, right? That could be like a case in which like a person tries to take a gun from a police officer. Now they're wrestling over the gun. There's like no control over it. The weaker person has no choice but to immediately escalate force into deadly force. Whereas a strong person can like actually push the guy off. He has more time and more leverage to utilize other things. So that's like the problem with having like women cops. So like not only that too, is like their ability to actually just enact physical force in not even a combat sense, but like in a utility sense, right? Like dragging a person away, moving quickly from like point A to point B.
Oh yeah, that's true, right? Like running after somebody, or you know, just any kind of physical movement whatsoever.
Maneuvering obstacles, like all of these things, right? There's so many things that, so many factors here when it comes specifically to law enforcement. And again, law enforcement is specifically a job in which like the seconds matter, right? The time actually matters. This isn't like, you know, a desk job or like, you know, move.
Well, as far as I'm aware, police stations have desk jobs that they could work, right? Like calling in like 911 lines or whatever, stuff like that. Or even just people who can, you know, track the evidence and stuff like that. So, you know, you can still have your fake and gay gender requirements, I guess. Like they could technically still be met without having to put women in the field.
Or you know, a construction job or something where like, you know, you can carefully move something from point A to point B. You're constantly under time pressure in a lot of these situations. And then if you have a person, then again, that is like too weak to actually enact force, it creates very, very dangerous situations. So again, in the specific case, you know, the take here is, in this specific case, is this really like a unique thing to women that she panicked? I don't think so. But people will see it, like no matter what, and this is just the facts of the matter, is like...
Well, I'm not going to say the panicking itself is the, like, on her gender specifically. Do I think it's more likely for a woman to panic in that situation than a dude? Probably so. I think just by, like, genetically, I think men are less prone to freaking out like that. And they're more easily trainable into being stoic and stuff like that in the heat of the moment. It's probably also a warped reality. They think nothing ever happens in Canada, thus ignoring the basics. Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, 24 years without an officer-related death, I mean, that's a super good thing, obviously, but it does make you wonder if they just got complacent with the training overall.
No matter what, people are...
Also, when you have a country where it's like, oh, we've banned all guns and, you know, nothing deadly will ever happen like that, it kind of, I would say, psychs your officers out into thinking, oh, we're not going to respond to a call where some... I mean, they probably are aware that they're responding to a call where somebody has a gun, but you're still probably not very prepared for it because you're not supposed to even run into those in the first place.
Gonna see this and be like, women,
theoretically,
right? Because I mean, she is a woman and she is kind of representing women in the profession. And you know, because we've already set up like all of these lower standards for women to be in these professions, that people are already kind of skeptical, sort of like DEI, right? It has like that kind of makes you a little bit skeptical. Oh, I see. Did this, you know, it's the same thing when there's like a plane crash or something, right? And it's like the person was this race, and it's like,
I forget what they're called. Are they called fast twitch muscle fibers? That are why men are like genetically faster and stuff like that. They just have more of them. I forget, but just in terms of a job like this, why would you ever want to put the gender who's just inherently at a disadvantage in a position where they're going to have to fight people who genetically have an advantage by default. It just seems like a terrible idea.
Oh, I see. DEI hire, am I right? Right. It always turns into that, right? So again, I don't know if it's like necessarily like her being a woman that was like the factor here that caused this to happen. Because this was like a gun shootout. This wasn't even like really a physical thing. This was like she had a mental issue basically, right? So I mean, there are things that you could say is like that women, maybe they're not as mentally strong, which is possible. Like, I don't know the answer to that. But I don't know. It's something that we should look into and talk about. But the other fact still stands, which is not really something.
We're literally neighbors in the back of their minds. Who's to say that they wouldn't take those things into Canada? Yeah.
Shot herself by the actual shooter as she's trying to flee. Women shouldn't be police officers, and it's honestly ridiculous that we've deluded ourselves into thinking they're suited for roles like this in society. Future generations are going to look back at us as insane ideologues who are unwilling to say the obvious because of—
I don't know. I can't imagine being a woman and just choosing to put yourself in this position to begin with, knowing that you were born with an inherent debuff in regards to fighting people or getting in physical altercations with people. I mean, I'm a dude and I don't want to do this, you know? Like, I just can't imagine being 5'4" and being genetically weaker than the men that I'm going to have to be trying to apprehend by default and still wanting to try this. I guess some people just don't have fear, bro.
I don't know. See, like, my take on it, though, is that there should just be an objective standard. Should be like, you have to be this good at being a pilot, or you have to be this good at—
Well, Leaf says this, but I feel like the problem with that is that the objective standard gets set so low that it doesn't matter anymore. Like, I think in theory that's a good idea, but the problem is these standards get lowered so much that it's just like, what the frick are you going to do? There might as well not be a standard.
You know, your function. And the only other cases, I guess, is that you could say that, like, in the—
To be fair, she signed up, but yeah, I do believe women shouldn't be in the front lines of any combat field.
That there might be some issues with battlefield—
Yeah, I know she signed up. I'm just saying, like, why would you let that through? Like, some people just want to pretend reality doesn't exist. I'm not saying women shouldn't be in combat fields because, like, of any kind of sexist reason. I'm just saying it because of pure biology, simple biology that everybody knows. If you get in a fight, you want a man backing you and not a woman. Because the woman is just genetically weaker.
In terms of when women are involved, because that actually is a thing, like psychologically, where men will kind of freak out when a woman is in danger, and they'll make irrational decisions because a woman is present. And I think that is definitely like a psychological thing that should be factored in. I mean, there's nothing you could do about that, really. Like, even if in that case it's not the woman's fault, it's still like provides a negative effect in a realm in which we need maximum effectiveness, right? Like, these jobs specifically, like paramedics, firefighters, police, military. These are specific jobs that require maximum effectiveness. Because if—
Well, I don't necessarily— Well, I mean, obviously, yes, paramedics require maximum effectiveness, but I don't think— You don't get in confrontations as a paramedic, right? Like, you're not actively being thrown into, like, a situation where you're going to have to fight people as a paramedic. At least I don't think so. I mean, unless you're, like, a military paramedic, but at that point, you're in the military, so.
You're not maximally effective, people die. Same thing with, like, surgeons, too, right? Maximal effectiveness should be the standard.
Our ancestors knew better, though. Horrifying footage of the attack in Montreal. What is to be said here? Well, nothing more than what Sam Hyde has to say about this whole situation. Sam Hyde vindicated about female cops yet again. What an absolute S show.
Which just basic logic that, you know, like, people saying Sam Hyde vindicated, I just feel like this is just being rational is being vindicated. Sure, yeah, but medics, I don't mind. Yeah, I agree. I don't have a problem with women being medics or, you know, anything like that. I have a problem with women being in a field where they're going to inevitably encounter a physical altercation with men. Like, I don't have a problem with female boxing or female UFC where they're going to go fight other women, which, I mean, nowadays you might actually just fight a freaking dude who decided he's going to cut off his Johnson, but female cops. Yo, what's up, Cosmic? How you doing, dude?
Female cop Male
Just
cop,
dropped in.
the Parkland shooting. Just remember that the school shooting.
That was your
here in
stream, bro.
Florida. This
I saw that you were
the
streaming earlier.
Kind of stuff
I didn't get to
that
stop
makes
through,
your
though.
blood boil because these officers who won't engage and who run away, like we pay them these handsome salaries, we train them, and then
Guys, I think my next video is going to be about fuck the government. Like, actually, like I think the governments have been shown to be so fucking incompetent that I think it's time for I think it's time to, the fuck the government song. I think it's time to release it. Like, actually,
put a gun in their hand, and then you say, "Go get the bad guys," and they run from the danger.
Yeah, Leaflet dropped
and then
another
people
song.
get
I need to
killed.
listen to
in
it.
Parkland, it was a bunch of children.
No, I did listen to it
And
last stream, didn't I?
That male cop could have stopped all the children.
My brain is so slow today, man.
Female cop led to the death of an innocent
It's actually
civilian.
egregious.
So jumpiness and being scared. And there are just some people that are not cut
The
out.
weather is messing with me terribly.
They are not brave. They are not strong. And I think it's okay that we say that. Here's Sam Hyde saying exactly that.
If you ever catch the of a female cop, hope you wore your bulletproof vest. Hope you got your vest on, man. I'm praying for you, unironically. You ever catch the eye of a female cop? Man, I hope you wore your vest. And I am praying for you because that gun on her waist at some point is going to accidentally go off. Okay?
But Anto, trans women are real women. You phobe. Bro, it's always funny too that they'll say stuff like that, and then you see them, and they look like they're just so obviously dudes. Like, I've never seen one that actually looks like a woman. It was good. We finished the R Gang inquiry report, played GeoGuessr, and Wedding Witch to lower cortisol levels. I never heard of Wedding Witch.
Draw it out, thinking it's a taser.
I've never even tried GeoGuessr, bro. I can't find places
that actually happened.
on a
there
map,
was a case in which
let alone
female
getting
cop
dropped into
drew
a
her
random
gun
location to
thinking it
try
was her
and
taser
point
shot
out
her
where it
in the
is.
face.
She's ready to fire.
That actually happened.
She's going to do this because you didn't put your hands up fast enough or whatever. Something you did made her feel
I'm geographically
threatened.
challenged.
You're taller than her. She feels threatened for her life. She's
yeah,
a
because
female.
she has less power.
The only recourse she has physically is to shoot you.
Exactly.
And I just hope that if you ever get pulled over by a woman, you're wearing a fucking bulletproof vest and a Kevlar helmet.
Holy crap, dude. Man.
Kevlar helmet's
too bad.
devious, bro.
Again, I don't know necessarily if it was her being a woman that led to that guy dying, but she
I'm moderately
sure as
good
hell
at it, but the
wasn't,
Spanish lands give me
wasn't
trouble.
ready for that position is what I'll say.
Oh man, I see the Halo Combat Evolved remake over here, dude. Why did they turn Sergeant Major Johnson into Steve Harvey? He looks so bad, it's actually egregious. You know what, honestly, I might just watch this. Like, they absolutely butchered Sergeant Major Johnson's face. Like, he looks so bad, dude.
So Microsoft and Halo Studios just revealed 4 new trailers and gave us a 28-minute gameplay demo for Halo Campaign Evolved. Now, I watched them, and ladies and gentlemen, the game looks actually decent.
What? Okay, Actman. Actman, yeah. Bro, this guy was also excited for Halo Infinite, by the way. Like, come on, bro. I'll play it when it drops, but I have very low expectations. If Halo Studios, aka 343, ever touches anything, my freaking expectations are in the abyss.
Now, don't get me wrong, it is not a faithful remake of Combat Evolved at all. It is nowhere even close, and in that regard, it is kind of a complete dumpster fire. However, looking at it as just a game where you shoot
I'm not playing
aliens,
this, yeah, bro.
It looks kind of fun. A lot of the skulls look really cool, especially the one that swaps enemies.
CE is perfect as it is.
This game is kind of like a Frankenstein crackpot science experiment, as it's less of a remake of CE and more of an amalgamation of every other game.
It's just 343 touching anything is just bound to make it absolute slop, bro. Or I know they're not 343, they're Halo Studios, but it's just the same people, man. Just destroying more Halo. This is one of the most abused franchises in history. Like, it's going up there with Star Wars as like what
it's
even
built on the
happened,
Reach
bro?
engine, so that alone means it doesn't feel or play
Good
like
sci-fi
Combat
is not
Evolved.
allowed to exist
If you
in
ask
the year
any Halo
2026,
fan
I guess.
how they would remake Combat Evolved, I don't think anybody would say, yeah, I'd take the Reach engine, use the Reach AI, put it in the Combat Evolved levels, but use the Halo 3 flood, reuse weapons and assets from Halo Infinite, with the Forerunner architecture and design of Halo 4 and 5. I don't think anybody would say that. So,
God, I
there's two
love
ways
my
I look at this
needler that
remake.
has to
If
tell
I-
me exactly how many needles are in my needler with a little freaking digital pad on the back instead of, you know, just looking at the needles on the top of the gun.
Look at it as a super mega fan of Combat Evolved. Oh,
Like, are people
it
so
looks like a
retarded they can't even look at the top of your needler anymore to see how many bullets you have left?
dumpster fire. It's clearly non-canon because they're adding the pure forms from Halo 3, which are fun to fight, but those only appear in the later stages of a flood outbreak, which never occurs in Combat Evolved. So the game, at least, is non-canon. Oh yeah, and the Halo 4 elites, yeah, they snuck those in there. So I kind of see this as more of a fan project that's trying to be as crazy and wacky and random as possible. It looks like it'd be fun the same way Skyrim is fun when you install
Like
like
the
200
Butcher-
different mods that have no
Butcher the
coherency
CEAR,
or
added
unity
sprint, they're
amongst
adding
them, and it's
fanfic
just
levels,
kind of
yeah.
a crazy, random, chaotic
It
experience.
affects the gameplay,
I mean,
trust me,
take, for
bro. Yeah,
example,
true.
the Flood. Now,
There's no
343
point to play
had
this, yeah.
always
I agree.
strayed away from adding the Flood, and we saw what they did with the Prometheans and making a new faction.
Oh my
You know,
god,
as
bro.
lazy
Halo 4 was the most actual comedy gold thing ever. Like, why is Master Chief fighting a Sith Lord? Why was the didact was so out of place, it was actually ridiculous.
as it is to just copy the Halo 3 Flood, it probably would have been worse if they tried to make their own version of the Flood. So at least they're copying good parts of other good Halo games. Now, is that incredibly cheap? Yes. Should they be charging $50 for this?
Yeah, guys, Halo Studios is only capable of ever making anything remotely... Like, the only things this studio has ever done well is just piggybacking off of the original Bungie work. And, like, even then, it's debatable whether they even did things well, right? Like, I mean... Halo 5 was just butchering old characters. Was 4 the one with Locke? No, that was Halo 5. Halo 5 was... Oh, man. Dude, I don't know if Halo 4 or Halo 5 is worse. Like, Halo 5 at least had Nathan Fillion, and it's impossible for me to ever hate Nathan Fillion. But, dude, Halo 5 was just like... Just why?
Probably not. Do the digital deluxe edition skins look like cosmetics they never sold for Halo Infinite? Absolutely. Are there some actual good things about this remake? Well,
Not Sergeant Johnson's face, bro. Who is that? Castle was in Halo? Yeah. He was Buck in Halo 3 ODST, and I mean, he's still Buck in Halo 5, but Halo 5 was just like, we just forget that, just pretend that doesn't exist.
we'll find out. It looks like it plays way better than it
I'll say
did
Halo
when
5
I
campaign's better,
tried
but not
to
by
demo-
much. I think I would agree with you. I also would say that I think the Halo 5 guns feel better, but again, they're just bad, bro. 4 was when Cortana went rogue? No, I think 5 was the one where Cortana went rogue still. She might have been going a little bit rogue in Halo 4. I don't quite remember. Halo 4, you were fighting the Didact, and the Didact is basically just a freaking Sith Lord. I like, there's no other way to describe him.
Back in October of 2025. So at the very least, I think everyone, even their biggest haters, can say like progress has been made. Just as a
Their
big
fanfic
example,
levels, they're
like
adding
in the
prophets,
demo, the
an
elite
enemy
shields
not
did
in
not
CE,
light
and a
up
completely
much,
new character
and
that
now
never existed in a
clear
position where there are
visual
only
feedback.
3
now, today
mentioned
we're going to
prophets.
talk
Yeah.
about and break down each of these trailers. I'm going to go through, give you my thoughts on the good, the great, the bad, and the why the fuck did they change that? Now, for those of you unaware,
Halo 4 is The Last Jedi. Halo 5 is The Rise of Palpatine for story terms. Infinite's just bleh. Infinite is just forget that game even. I mean, you should honestly exist anything. Was that Steve Harvey? Yeah, bro. Why does Sergeant Major Johnson look like Steve Harvey? Keep in mind, Sergeant Major Johnson is still supposed to be like this suave guy. I don't know why they made him look so ridiculous. How you doing, Miss Glow? I like Infinite's gameplay. Story's bad. I don't like anything about Infinite.
Where
Halo Infinite chose the worst guns they could ever place in a Halo game. Like, I don't even know how they thought that was a good idea. What's in Halo 6? Halo 6 is Halo Infinite.
Combat Evolved has my favorite FPS campaign. I think in that video, my top 21 games of all time, I put it at number 2. This is the one game I have replayed and beaten more than any other.
My personal favorite.
I think it's the best Halo campaign
Halo
in
3
terms
ODST.
of difficulty, balance.
But again, that's like
a perfect self.
That's like it's like a spin-off. I mean, it's not a spin-off exactly, but it's not Master Chief, right? Like, I've also heard this game hits like 40 frames caps. I mean, not shocking, bro. nothing anybody makes nowadays hits good frames for whatever reason. They expect you to have a 5090 to play anything. Infinite is good music. It was just a remix of all the other Halos.
Contains story. You've got the nostalgia factor of it being the
Justice
first
for
Halo
Marty
that I
O'Donnell,
played
man.
with the launch of the Xbox. It's a game that means
I think
a
it's so
lot
funny
to me,
Marty
and I've
O'Donnell's a
come to
freaking
appreciate
politician now.
So much of it. Now, I do apologize in advance because my Combat Evolved ADHD and autism is going to kick in any second now. Halo Studios, how dare you change the iconic door opening sound effect? Now, I'm going to be completely honest. I thought they were going to done fuck it up. Like, I thought this was going to be like a 3
Lord
out of
knows
10
they're going to nerf the crap out of the
more
Flood
like a
library
6
because
or a 7 out of
Lord
10.
knows we can't have difficulty.
So maybe I was wrong to be as pessimistic as I was. You know, when I saw that they were adding Sprint to Combat Evolved, that was kind of a red flag to me, but I at least thought, hey, you know, maybe if they offer some kind of explanation or give an argument for how Sprint would make the remake better, maybe I could get on board.
Say what you want about Ackman, but like, this is probably the best video to watch to actually cover the new Halo game, because unfortunately, if I watch a Master Cheeks video, I'm risking getting banned on Twitch. As much as I would love to watch a Master Cheeks video, that guy is so freaking funny, bro.
To this day, the developers, to my knowledge, have offered no logic, reasoning, or insight into why
This doesn't look particularly good, Ackman. I don't know what he's smoking. I mean, the guy was smoking a pack for Halo Infinite too, man. He thought it was gonna be good. Like,
this movement.
If 343 is involved, you just know it's gonna be a sparkling turd. You know, like
mechanic was added into a remake of a game that was not designed around it. The only justification is that if you don't like it, you know, you can turn it off. So they took that red flag, set it on fire, and said, if you don't want your house to burn down, there's a water hose in the backyard. This decision begged the question, just how much spaghetti are you gonna throw at the wall? There is quite a bit of spaghetti that's just kind of,
bro.
you know,
I just,
you gotta
anytime
clean
they show
off the walls.
Sergeant Major
'cause it just looks
Johnson's
like
face,
shit.
I just want to die.
But some of the spaghetti sticks. You know, there's a fair amount of things that I appreciate about
miss
this
UDST,
remake.
that was my
Some
game, yeah.
Attention
I completely
to
agree.
detail,
It's probably my favorite Halo game.
Content, attempting to recreate Bungie.
I know some people would say, like, objectively, it's not the best Halo game, which I would say I agree with, but in terms of just, like, I mean, there's just something about dropping in as a completely normal dude.
His original vision, I respect that, and I think that was the route to go. In some ways, they have restored that vision. You know, if you
Also,
check out Nervy Destroyer's
it is funny to go back and play that
playlist
game
on
because
Halo
Alec Baldwin
CE
voices
content,
freaking
you will see that Bungie had
what's his
a
name?
whole
Dutch?
lot more envisioned for this game, but
And
they
you're just like,
didn't have time to properly implement. And so, you know, there's a lot of
13-hour compilation now rendering.
Original Marine
I'll have to
voice
sleep
actors,
with the,
it's
the
like,
cyano-luminous hue of the computer when the time comes.
Oh
Is
my
it a
God,
13-hour compilation of you reading the,
but there's something new in it. What?
Reading the report?
Now, to just quickly get Sprint out of the way, it seems like they included it to make the game a lot easier. It seems like overall the design
Shocking.
has been
343 made game
for
easy?
whatever reason, make Combat Evolved a lot easier and more accessible as if it wasn't already.
I love
I'm
one
not
the
sure
most
why
because I
you would-
played one the most because I never bought an Xbox. 3's probably the best.
Try to lower the difficulty of the Halo campaign that already has.
Man, I missed the Xbox 360. That
That
was the only time Microsoft had any motion,
I mean,
bro.
Sprint 100% breaks certain encounters in the game. So it's really odd that there's a skull that disables the game-breaking mechanic.
Halo was never really a hard game.
The game-breaking mechanics should be enabled by the skull.
I mean, I would say I agree with you. I don't think it was ever like a
backwards in
particularly
that way.
I don't think it was ever like a particularly soul-crushing game to like play. I mean, sometimes on max difficulty, right, you would just get hit by enemies that would just straight up one-shot you out of nowhere. But I mean, I would agree with you, but again, what's the point of dumbing down this stuff?
None of us know why
Even
until
more.
they give an explanation. So, I mean, that's the end of the Sprint debate.
Which is why the
really no
remake's an
debate
absolute
because
abomination.
they offered no reason.
Halo
for
3
Sprint.
multiplayer was godlike.
That's it. That's the last we'll say about
True.
Sprint. Maybe. Now, even if you're someone who looks at this remake and thinks everything about it is shit, is awful.
I will say, I think the best arena shooter in terms of multiplayer was Titanfall 2, but they released that game at the worst time ever so that nobody bought it, and the game just kind of died. But dude, Titanfall 2, if you played it, was genuinely one of the greatest games ever made for PvP. Like, holy crap.
One objectively good thing about this remake is it gives us all an excuse to look back at Combat Evolved and point out all the reasons it's a masterpiece. There's a lot of stuff they messed with and got rid of that I never appreciated before. Don't know what you got till it's gone. This remake is so bizarre because they will go through the trouble of restoring...
Well, it's because the studio realized they can't make anything actually original, so they're just going to try and go back and retell the old story while butchering it in their own way because they feel like they have to change stuff. Otherwise, you know, they wouldn't have their special 343 touch on it. This game gives us an opportunity to throw this game in the trash and replay the original game, yeah.
Dialogue that Bungie cut from the original game, but then they'll be like, oh yeah, we also got rid of the health pack system that was entirely unique to this game for no reason. You know, every other shooter has regenerating health, and there really wasn't anything special about Halo Combat Evolved, so we wanted to make it feel like every other shooter. You know, it's like dumb shit like that. Like, you could have just kept the health pack spawns in the exact same places they were.
See, that's another thing, like, that's another reason ODST is so goated, bro. You don't regen.
I mean, Bungie already designed that.
Just
Anyways,
like Star
tangent
Wars.
over.
Star Wars is
One
just...
last point is that
Star Wars
I
just makes me
imagine
cry every time I
people
think
are
about
going
it.
to watch this video, and some of you might say, "Oh, Actman, you're just nitpicking and biased. You're talking about all these superfluous details that don't really matter." I encourage you to go back and watch any of the Vidocs for Halo 2, 3, ODST, or Reach, and see how much the designers themselves.
Hey man, Halo still
nitpicked
outlived
their
Destiny.
product.
Somehow.
It is incredibly rare to hear them give each other genuine compliments because they held their work in such high regard. And I see no reason why we shouldn't hold it to the same standard that its creators did. Part of why these games were masterpieces to begin with. With that being said, let's finally hop into the
let's
new
be honest,
Missions
guys.
trailer, which
we all know
features the
Halo's a dead franchise. Like, go ask a kid nowadays. Nobody cares about Halo. It's actually... We're going to reach a point where people see Master Chief and they go, oh, the guy from Fortnite. Like, I'm not even kidding. They're probably kids already like that, dude. Like, unfortunately, Halo is dead. Like, Star Wars at least still exists. And, like, theoretically, people still care about it. But honestly, I feel like the Halo fandom at this point is so niche that it's, like, depressing. This used to be the game, man. Like,
of a classic
Halo broke
beloved
records
character.
back in the day.
Okay, you got the classic Pillar of Autumn alarm sound effect. Bonus points.
You've heard the story. Halo, the Chief.
Halo was put in life support for 4 and 5 and then died with the TV show, yet they kept prodding its dead corpse. Yeah. Dude, the TV show? I didn't watch the TV show. I mean, there's just no point. You know what I mean? Like, especially after seeing that the guy just takes off his helmet every, like, 5 minutes. And also, he freaking Eric Swalwell, the freaking Covenant spy, which is just hilarious to me. I like ODST, the dark theme and atmosphere. My favorite was picking the logs and hearing the stories it plays back. Oh, yeah. I did like how it had that like underlying story that you could like work to by collecting all the little collectibles and stuff. Listen to the other story that happened. I also just like the way that you got to play through the story from a bunch of different people's perspectives. And like there was actual stakes, bro. You didn't know if the people, like the characters in your team, were gonna die or not. Like I remember seeing Romeo get hit with that freaking gravity hammer. I thought that guy was dead, bro. Star Wars died when they released Force Awakens. I would say Star Wars died after Force Awakens, like the movie after. Because Force Awakens, it wasn't a good movie by any means, right? But there was at least like the glimmer of potential. Like I thought the idea of Finn being a Jedi was a really cool idea. I thought Kylo Ren could have been a really cool character if they ever decided to, you know, make him cool. But unfortunately, they just turned Kylo Ren into like a gay crybaby. But there were some ideas, I feel like nobody. That's Cope? I don't know, man. I mean, I agree the movie was terrible, right? The best part that was unlocking the hidden weapons caches from seeing the minor story differences. As you're hearing all the audio logs, yeah. Master Cheeks. Bro, Master Cheeks is so funny, man. Hell nah. I stopped watching after I saw that turd. Yeah, I agree it was a bad movie. I don't think, like, it was not nearly as bad as the other ones.
Editor bro shake.
You son of a
like, I think, I mean, I don't know if they could have course corrected from The Force Awakens, but I don't think The Force Awakens was bad enough to kill, like, the entirety of Star Wars, if that makes sense. Emo Ren will never be cool. I agree. They turned him, like, really gay.
But that's not the story.
Star Wars dies when people assaulted War off and realized it was just a bad New Hope remake. Yeah,
This
that is true.
one, you haven't heard.
Okay, so elephant in the room. Sergeant Johnson is a one-of-a-kind performance. David Scully, his original actor, retired, so of course they had to get someone new. What's strange is that the replacement for Johnson in Halo Wars 2, that was like the closest you could get to the original. Like, it genuinely sounded like him.
Insurmountable odds, just the way I like it.
Or at least talked like him. This performance...
Last Jedi was the double down. That was like the worst movie of all time. Oh man. Like, obviously the last one in the sequel trilogy was the worst one. But that movie was just bound to be so terrible because of how bad The Last Jedi was. But also, Palpatine returning was just the worst thing that's ever happened in cinema, I think. That was... Oh, man. It was egregious.
It wasn't terrible.
God, bro. Just look at Sergeant Johnson. Like, dear Lord. Who is that? Like, he doesn't even look like Sergeant Johnson at all. I heard Disney say that the last 3 Star Wars are going to be non-canon. We can dream, bro. We can dream. That would be the ideal solution, right? But the thing about that is where does the stuff they produce stop being canon? Like, is Solo gonna not be canon anymore? Because that movie was pretty bad. But like, can they uncanon Solo at this point? Because I feel like Dave Filoni's done a lot of stuff with Darth Maul that kind of works around the fact that Solo is canon. And like, what about Rogue One? Is that movie gonna be canon? That movie was actually decent. What about Andor? Is Andor still gonna be canon? I mean, I guess those would be pretty easy to keep as still canon. I'm just curious, like, is Disney saying absolutely not, none of this stuff is canon anymore, or like nothing we've produced recently is canon, or just the sequels? It really does look like Steve Harvey. Like, it's uncanny how much it looks like Steve Harvey. It looks ridiculous.
Really bad.
Say what?
The difference is that Johnson was a cocky character. He was confident in himself, but here it sounds like he's cocky in the product of Halo Campaign Evolved.
This one, you haven't heard.
I appreciate the effort, in recreating those old Sergeant Johnson promos for Halo 1 and 2. Like, I appreciate that.
Op started, simple enough. Drop in.
What the fuck is that?
The worst movie of all time is the one which no one would bother talking about because there's nothing of interest to critique. Some movies are so bad, they're just as boring to tear down as to watch. It was still a bad film, but it's bad in a way it's actually worth commenting on. They can't decanonize the sequels because the Mandoverse all leads to the First Order. Yeah, that's why I'm so curious, right? Like, I mean, honestly, decanonize the Mandoverse too, bro. Like, but the thing about decanonizing the Mandoverse is now they've tied in Clone Wars characters into the Mandoverse, right? Like, apparently in the movie, like, some Clone Wars characters show up and stuff like that. I don't know how big of a deal it would be to decanonize that. Like, it's just a really big can of worms that I don't know if Disney cares enough to get into.
Missions, there's 3 of them. They take place
but obviously everything past season 1 of The Mandalorian was just like, season 1 was good, season 2 was season 3 was just like, dear God, this is the worst thing ever. Then they made the character assassination show of Boba Fett. Dave Filoni would never decanonize the Ahsoka show because he legitimately masturbates himself to that character. Like, I can't believe, like, Ahsoka should have died during Order 66, bro. Season 3 was doo-doo. Yeah, season 3 was terrible.
Year before Halo CE. So there's
Sadly,
at least
Scorched
an
Earth might have been
excuse for
preferable
all
to
the
keeping the decent
designs
Star
of
Wars
the
stuff in the
Covenant
recent
to
years.
be
Yeah.
radically different. And
I
some of
agree.
these are not that bad. However, I am not a huge fan of the purple spiky needler afro on the
Anything
Jackals.
Disney's
I
touches
think
to be
it
melted
looks
down and
ridiculous
cast into a black
stupid.
hole, yeah.
These sort of
I like 1 and 2,
more
but 3 was
religious
awful.
honor guard type.
I mean, I liked season 1. I thought Ahsoka was good in Rebels. I haven't seen Rebels. I'm talking about the Ahsoka show. Or, like, I know Rebels is, like, a decent show. But, I don't know. I think the implications of Ahsoka living just retroactively makes everyone look like they're kind of retarded. Like, same thing with Darth Maul coming back to life, right? Like, I'm going to go off on a side tangent here. But Darth Maul coming back to life makes Obi-Wan look really stupid for not finishing Anakin on Mustafar. Because what do you mean you chopped the Sith Lord in half after he killed Qui-Gon Jinn? He fell down a freaking abyss and he came back to life. And then you chopped your student in half after he just cut up the whole Jedi Temple and all the younglings, and then you didn't kill him, bro. Like, it just makes Obi-Wan look like a retard. And Obi-Wan's anything but a retard. Obi-Wan's the freaking GOAT. Rebels takes place right before Andor/Rogue One. Yeah, Dave Filoni would never touch anything that has to do with Ahsoka or his little pet characters that he's gotten to do stuff with, like Darth Maul. Not that I necessarily think... Like, I think Sam Witwer did a great job with Darth Maul, and I actually like Darth Maul's character arc in the Clone Wars, right? But I just think overall, in the overarching sense, Dave Filoni kind of just picks and chooses whatever he wants to do, and I think it retroactively makes a lot of George's stuff look not make that much sense. Jackals don't have hair/headgear like that, and the skirmishers have dark hair, if I remember correctly, so 343 just outright vandalized the classic aesthetic of Halo once again. What does it shock you, bro? 343 literally named their studio after the character that kills Sergeant Johnson. One of, like, literally the second favorite character of everybody who's ever played Halo. You know what I mean? Like, Rebels breaks Star Wars in a lot of ways. As soon as a time traveler enters the chat, Star Wars completely broken. I don't know if the World Between Worlds is in the Clone Wars. I don't think... I mean, maybe it was. I remember they go to, like, the Sith planet, and then the Sith Lord shows Anakin everything he's going to do, and then just Men in Black erases his memories of it. Like, what was the point, dude? Also, they find out that Count Dooku made the clones, right? As far as I'm aware, and they go down the whole, like, Fives inhibitor chip arc in the Clone Wars. And then it just makes everyone seem really stupid to not be super skeptical of the clones. Like, I don't know, man. It wasn't. It was only Rebels in the Ahsoka show. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. He just pulls her into the black world. The world between worlds. I don't know. Dave Filoni has a habit of just doing whatever he freaking wants, man. Sometimes it's good, like the Clone Wars, with a lot of problems. And then other times it's just like what the frick is the Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian Season 3, bro? Like, what even are those?
Hunts are kind of cool.
Get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They noticed.
Get out before anyone notices. Guess what?
I never
they
thought
notice.
I would see the day where I would call a line of dialogue.
I heard they were making a gamer show about the Old Republic. That's my that's my stuff. I know they're gonna ruin it. Yeah, bro.
You know, it reminded me of that.
Nowadays, when you hear they're working on a project that has to do with something you like and it's Star Wars, you're just like, oh god, dude. That's what I thought when I saw that they were making the Book of Boba Fett. I was like, dude, Boba Fett's such a cool character, especially in like the extended universe and stuff. Like, just please leave him alone. But the Mandalorian show, like, I think it was only up to season 2 at that point. I was like, okay, the Mandalorian show's pretty good. It's the Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni doing it again, right? Like, maybe it'll be okay. Oh my god. It was so bad. Them taking a break from the Mandalorian was like the worst decision they ever made, because I swear it just erased their mind of any of the good stuff they did in that show. Ugly Armor.
Destiny 1 quote.
I didn't even know someone with the Traveler's Gift could die until they did.
The thing about Johnson is that he just naturally sounded cool. In this, it sounds like he's trying to sound cool.
It doesn't help that
Forest
they
looks pretty
absolutely
cool, actually.
butchered his face.
I like that there's verticality. I think it's cool.
I gave the
that
Book of Boba Fett a shot. They ruined him. Yeah, they also gave Cad Bane the lamest death ever to Boba. I mean, Boba just gets beat up that whole show, man.
Like that, you know, it reminds me of the barracks in the Pillar of Autumn. It's
like
a
nothing he
kind of
does in that show
concept.
makes
I think
any
it works
sense.
really well.
At least from what I understand.
Are you ready to get to it?
No.
You hear that? Wart? That's a good sign. Bonus points right there.
You served long enough.
See, didn't have the battle rifle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't actually use the battle rifle in this game. I think only Sergeant Johnson gets to shoot it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I saw that on Twitter somewhere.
Battlefield.
What?
When I joined the Corps, we didn't have any fancy schmancy tanks. We had sticks, 2 sticks and a rock for a whole platoon, and we had to share the rock.
Was that a railgun Johnson had? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm pretty sure you don't get to use Johnson's railgun.
And trust me, I know Freaky.
Sorry. I said that about the... You said battle rifle, and I just, for some reason in my head, I just auto-corrected that to the railgun that Johnson was holding. You can't use energy swords either in CE.
Okay,
yeah.
I
mean,
would
they just
like to
did
point
whatever
out,
they freaking
though,
want in this game, bro.
I think
I don't know.
Hidden Xperia pointed this out, but these elites
They're just
in
doing
these,
random
like,
BS Go with this game, yeah.
cryopods are the Halo 4 design, and I love the implication that
Could you
these
imagine if you booted up Resident Evil 4 Remake and for some reason you're you're playing as freaking you're playing as Jill or something, and you were like walking through the original RE4 place until randomly it switches, and now you're in the middle of freaking RE6, you know? Like, that's kind of what this game seems like to me.
Things are like failed experiments, and also might be the reason why the designs changed in 4, because there really was no explanation when that happened. So this is cool. It's like we're canonizing the reason why the designs of the elites in Halo 4 were horrible, because they were failed experiments. It's very fitting. The Prophet design,
the
I'm
elites
really
in Halo
not
4 had
used
some
to
extra
seeing a
chromosomes or
Prophet
something, bro. I
that's
don't know
not
what was going on in that
encased
game.
Or wearing some kind of gold or something that looks like it has religious significance, like a pope hat. You know, the prophets
self-insert
self-insert
prophet actually breaking lore, yeah.
And ornaments.
343
He
never
looks
cared
like
about
the
lore, though,
species,
bro.
But just, yeah, kind of
Remember the Forerunners?
generic, if I'm being honest. I like the white and gold aesthetic, though. I like that. Should have kept it with the grunts and the jackals, too. Make it uniform.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, this is a minor point, but when you say sorry to interrupt, usually you say that as you are interrupting someone, but because he's like standing there with his gun already aimed, it looks like he already interrupted the
I don't know, bro. They're trying to make Sergeant Johnson like cool, but they're just failing.
Yeah, that's a better way to interrupt the scene. This brute design,
no, it isn't cool. It's
fine.
stupid, and the companies were never
It's in the prequel
characterized
mission,
as
so-
experimenting with cloning such identical augmentation. Yeah.
By the way, this spiker looks fantastic. If you slow it down, it looks like all the metal is like moving. Like the weapon itself looks like it's gonna break
The
apart.
Forerunners
I really
are my
think
goats,
that
unalive
orange,
me.
red, lava kind of cylinder, barrel, whatever. It looks like a better spiker than Halo 3, if I'm being honest.
Odds get worse.
That is also one of the original Halo CE Hunter death animations, so that's cool. I think they should be remaking all of the death animations from the original game, and if they add a few new ones in, that's awesome.
This is just
They're
so
adding space
unnecessary,
battles.
man.
That's what I asked for. That's what we've been waiting for. All right, yeah. See, it's not all bad. Also, the Warthog run. This is an area you could.
The thing is, right, with 343, you're just like, okay, just make your own good Halo game, but they're literally incapable of doing it. So they just have to be like, oh, well, no one's going to buy a Halo game we make anymore because we only have produced actual garbage. So we're just going to we're just going to remake Combat Evolved, except it's not Combat Evolved at all. Except we're going to try and pretend that it's like a little bit Combat Evolved so that you'll still buy it.
Actually improve upon the original because, you know, logistically, the Warthog run, as cool of a set piece and a climactic finale as it was, it really did not feel
At least for
like
specifically described
you
as the
were
most honorable
driving through a
warrior
ship.
culture.
It felt like you were
Race of the
driving
Covenant.
through.
I feel like they wouldn't stoop for genetic augmentation for a cheap advantage.
A long hallway that was
343
kind of
doesn't
like
care
a
anything
ship,
about
but
the
no
war,
ship
bro.
would ever realistically be designed
Combat devolved,
like that.
yeah.
In any case,
Exactly.
This is really cool to kind of add some realism to the Warthog run while keeping it. This is like a vehicle bay. I think that's really cool.
Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, almost
Dude, he just-
silent type?
Why is he talking like that, man? We already have Halo Anniversary 1 and 2. They just need to do that with 3.
No.
Yeah, see, why would Johnson ask that? A lot of the dialogue.
Yeah, agreed. Why would Johnson ask that? Johnson would be saying that about himself or something. I mean, I don't think he would call himself the silent type or whatever, but Johnson would gas himself up. He wouldn't be doing this he wouldn't be doing this Master Chief glaze. At least not like this.
From Johnson felt self-indulgent, like within the product itself, whereas Johnson was a character who would be cocky about himself. You know, he'd be like,
We've all run the simulations. They're tough, but they ain't invincible.
it feels like he's more absorbed in the product. Okay, so like that's definitely a mixed bag. So now we're moving on to the cinematic story trail. Those were the prequel missions. This is the main campaign.
And Johnson would be poking fun at his buddy? Yeah. Like, if he was going to glaze somebody, he would glaze himself. He was like,
pretty good.
Like,
Slip space rupture detected.
Now move it out! Double time!
they just got to stop using Sergeant Johnson in these promotional trailers, dude. Like, I actually flashbanged every time I see Steve Harvey.
You can see that Marine has the green eyepiece. It looks like they have the armor design of Halo Reach, but at least they got the green eyepiece, you know?
How dare you, 343, remove the green eyepiece from the Halo Combat Evolved Marines?
I have yet to see any pilots on here, so I'll be interested to see if they add those.
We were losing the war.
I don't know if 343 even knows they're pilots.
You know, having those long swords actually be like rendered, they're improving the story in a way that was limited by the technology of the time. Because if you watch those old Vidocs, Joe Staten will talk about how they basically kept the Pillar of Autumn and the long swords static and then just moved the camera to give the illusion that the ships were moving. So that looked great.
0 out of 10 need my green LED piece. True.
The exterior of the Pillar of Autumn looks pretty great, if a bit overcomplicated.
It wasn't refuge.
That's a great shot.
Beautiful.
See, this right here, it took me a second to figure out where this was because they've butchered the Forerunner architecture. This is actually Silent Cartographer, if I'm not mistaken. But it does not look like it at all.
Well, it's not their first time butchering stuff to do with the Forerunners. Like,
we got a Halo game with Flood in it. That's crazy. So I think this looks fucking fantastic. However, because this is the start of the flood outbreak, this seems like the infection itself has grown way faster. Like, it should be a progressive thing where after the flood are introduced, every mission after that, the infection gets much, much worse within the level design. And this looks like it gets really bad right away. I mean, Flood lore boys can correct me in the comments, but I would prefer a more gradual build up to this kind of stuff.
If they claim this place,
Cortana looks kind of weird in this game.
Bring back Cortana's curves. What did they? That was the only good thing about Halo 4.
She's never really had a consistent design between any of the games, except ironically Halo 5 and Infinite. But this, it just feels like her face is too long. I'm not sure. She should also be purple.
Looks nothing to sound like cartographer.
Oh,
also, I feel like the Forerunner architecture looks way more blockly.
Okay, they got some really good shots here. They got some really good shots. Like this, I'm looking forward to.
Cortana's supposed to be purple. Cortana looks like Germa
so
in
the
a
way
wig.
this elite throws the grenade is pretty bad because
That's
the player,
bro.
whoever's playing as Master Chief, does not really move laterally much. So it looks like the elite just missed. He's not even looking at Master Chief. He's
why
looking over
is their
here.
ship look like that?
Halo 1 had some really good animations. You know, the way the elites
Purple
threw
AI lives matter.
grenades, they threw them really, really fast, but they had a long buildup. So it
Where
was
they demelanated Cortana. She used to be darker. What's yo? What does 343 mean by this?
And this is kind of just like throwing a baseball, right? When they threw grenades in CE, they threw fastballs, man. You had to dodge that shit.
you are more than your armor. More than your mission. And more than they can handle.
I don't know that I really like this sort of self-indulgent. You guys remember how cool Master Chief is? We entrusted everything to him.
Dude, something about Master Chief just was so wrong in this game.
This one, you haven't heard.
Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, silent type? Chief, why are you so cool? Can I suck your dick, Master Chief? Like, Halo 1 was very reserved.
Sabrina and Cortana are my
Master
favorite
Chief
AI
didn't feel
baddies.
like the most important part of the game. Like, the most important part was the ring and sort of the awe and wonder it inspired. This is kind of like taking that in a different direction to remind us, hey, isn't Master Chief the fucking greatest? And yes, you know, he is, but you don't need to tell me that. You just need to show it to me. Okay, so this part of Assault in the Control Room, this is supposed to be the rock bridge.
I can't get
near
over
the
how,
control room.
like,
but for whatever reason,
purple.
they have sterilized
I'd let
it
her
and
clank
turned
me.
it
I can't get over how, like, unbelievably vibrant purple the freaking Covenant's, the Covenant ships are. Yes, Chief is cool. You don't have to sell it to me.
Reason
True.
they have sterilized it and turned it into a generic Forerunner structure and robbed it of all
Like,
personality.
bro, look at how purple these are compared to, like, how they normally look. Like,
Forerunner structure
almost just makes
and
them look.
robbed it of
They're freaking, like, they're kitting their freaking Covenant vehicles out now, bro. They're shining them up. Like, bro, why are they so purple?
all personality and gotten rid of the rocks. I don't know why they made this part of the game less visually
Like, dude, they look
appealing.
fake,
because
man.
The cool thing
They look
about
like they have
Halo
a freaking
1,
like Destiny 2 shader on them. Everything's way too glossy on the cover. Covey the Forerunner end, yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro.
is that the design of the ring was both artificially natural
Halo Anniversary was
and
2011, I feel
ancient
old.
futuristic technology. It's like, imagine you added
Is he purple?
futuristic elements to ancient Egypt.
In my head,
but that futuristic technology
we're still in the 2010s,
was
but
set
I know we're not.
thousands of years ago.
They're trying to sell more
Like, what
toys,
would
bro.
ancient
Ain't no
Egypt
kids
look
buying no
like
Halo
if
toys.
They had
They only know Master Chief from Fortnite, man. Ain't no kids buying no Halo toys.
the technology of aliens. It would still look ancient, and it would have that sort of worn, weathered look to it. But
Like,
it
I don't
would
know if there's
also
anyone
have, like,
younger
an
than
air
20
of
that even cares about
mysticism
Halo at
and,
all.
Like, this is a place that, despite its age, is still above our understanding. It shows how advanced the Forerunners were, that you know, these rings were created thousands of years ago, and yet they're still considered to be such an advanced technology. It's like
Microsoft
they
is basically
completely fucked up the Forerunner architecture,
destroyed their entire
game. I will say that outright.
like
they
gaming
completely
branch.
fucked it up.
You done fucked it up.
Like, it looks like Halo.
Does anyone even buy the
like Halo
Xbox
4,
anymore?
It looks like Halo 5.
Let
looks
alone
like Halo
anything
Infinite.
Halo related.
It should look like Halo Combat Evolved. Like, it is so sleek, modern, and shiny, and convoluted in places it really has no reason to be. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. They don't know how to remake the Forerunner architecture, but the UNSC, this is perfect. This is look at the red sirens blaring. You got fire in there. You got corpses with blood. There's little barricades set up like this. I don't understand how they can nail the UNSC aesthetic and then just totally miss the point of the Forerunner aesthetic. Not a big fan
Got
of
a
the
win in
fuel rod
Fortnite as
sound
Chief
effect,
the other
but
day. I
the
wonder if this
explosions are
Master
pretty.
Chief has any
also,
IPs.
This is great
Yeah, exactly.
cinematography, the way that they cut the shots based on when they swap weapons.
Bro, I can't get over how glossy purple everything is in the Covenant. Like, it just looks so bad.
Okay, now this is huge. One of my biggest complaints when I played the demo back in October is that the elites felt like statues who were locked to a grid, okay? You look at the Halo Combat Evolved elites, they move, dip, dive, duck, dodge, and dodge like true agile soldiers, but they also packed in a surprising amount of bulk, right? All the moves that they had, and in the demo I played,
Back when the AI actually used to try and kill you instead of just stand there and let you kill them.
Moment right here gives me hope. It gives me hope. Look at this.
Only Halo memory I have from recent times is Master Chief showing off his ass in the Halo TV show. Bro, that show is just... That show is a sin against God, dude. Like, I don't know... I don't even know how that thing got developed.
He covers. Look, he squats down to get power, generate power through his legs, and then he tries to jump out of the way in a way that looks very alien, but he still gets stuck, and that's totally fine. Now, here's what's really funny about this moment. They create this incredibly cool moment with an elite,
Master
but
Chief
then
probably
follow it
mess
up
up the
with something
Forerunner
that
aesthetic because the janitor they hired for the Halo 4 lead just fanfic retcon the entire Forerunner lore and butchered the entire franchise story lore.
That needs to change. It was from Halo Reach. I hate this. I was a martial artist for many years, and we choreographed fights. And so I'm just going to try and show you the difference between a bad-looking melee attack and a realistic melee attack, okay? Let's squat down for this. Okay, so in Halo Reach, and now in the Halo CE remake, when the elites attack you with their sword, it's that. That's it, right? You'll notice he doesn't switch feet, right? He doesn't switch feet. He's not generating any power through his legs. It looks like shit, okay? This is not necessarily a dig on Halo Reach because they are reusing some Halo Reach animations. This is more so to praise how fucking good Halo CE's animations were. I'll put them on screen, okay? But the difference is this versus... You'll see in Halo CE, the momentum of the elite's melee attack actually moves
What
them
is blood
forward.
do it? Yeah,
They
bro, like... We get it, bro. We get it.
Into their melee attack, and it makes it feel real. It gives it weight and impact.
We get it, man.
I hate this bullshit so much. This sucks. Please change this. Right?
He did not need to do all this,
they
bro.
They would do one of those, or they would jump and slice, right? So it's this versus.
We get it,
that.
bro. We get it, man.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
Come
here.
on.
The sword leaks look really bad. I like the desert background there. Okay, so like the first trailer, decent, not without its flaws. What's also cool is
Some would
that
say it has more
there
flaws than it
are
has,
a whole bunch of skulls
things.
in the CE remake, including one that creates a third-person
Star Wars
perspective,
guy,
which
yeah.
I think is super cool. Like, why not? You know, if you're going to sell people.
Okay, he has a good point, though. I mean, I agree that, like, they should obviously do the animation better than just, like, you know, him just swinging the sword side to side, but it's like he doesn't need to like break down his martial arts experience to tell me that somebody lunging at me with a sword is a lot scarier than somebody doing a freaking really poorly animated video game attack with the broomstick.
Skins, offer a way for them to see those skins. Yeah, it's
just good business. Park your rear and lend an ear.
Well, what? Not only is it something Johnson would never say, but
I feel like they're trying to turn Johnson into like Buck. Honestly, I feel like that's what they're trying to do with Sergeant Johnson in this remake. They need their haha funny guy. Keep the Gregorian chant out of your mouth. The skins look kind of gay, though. Yeah, the skins look absolutely egregious.
As a way to start the video, like, God damn it.
343 has never made a good cosmetic for Halo.
Man in green, Sergeant Major Avery Johnson.
See, he just sounds like he thinks this game and this remake is so fucking incredible. There's just something off about it.
We got all the bits, bobs, levers, and knobs to tweak and tune your experience. First up, skulls. Turn
it's like
on
they don't
one,
understand
turn
who
on
Johnson
two.
is, bro.
Hell, turn them all on if you think you can handle it.
Like, Johnson was, he's kind of a goofy guy in the sense that, like, he was gassing himself up and he thought he was hot stuff. But he wasn't, like, the kind of person who needed to, like, say all this stuff to, like, convince you of that, Like, he wasn't a quippy character in the way that they're trying to make him here. It's just very strange.
That's no small potatoes.
You feeling proud of those headshots? How about celebrating with a grunt birthday party?
That sounds like a Johnson line. You feeling proud? Yes. That sounds like an actual Johnson line. I'm surprised.
How about infinite ammo? Let me say that again. Infinite ammo.
I heard you the first time.
Boom! Bang! Look at them fly.
That's glorious. That's the reason
Oh,
I
Johnson
keep living.
says survey says.
Just to see tiny little stubby aliens who need methane to breathe. Just
someone needs to say something like really stupid. They literally DEI my black goat. Yeah. Someone needs to say something really stupid, and then they need to have Sergeant Johnson do the freaking Steve Harvey stare into the camera while his mouth is like wide open, looking super appalled. We have skulls. We've had these since like the year 2000. Yeah.
Get launched 100 meters into the air, flailing their limbs.
These are the same skulls we've had for decades, at least most part, anyway.
That's perfect.
Do you believe
that's why I don't necessarily have that much of a problem with the third-person one, because it's just like, at least it's something new. I mean, I don't think it takes away from the game. I think, they could have made something better, but...
Do you believe you can touch the sky?
So... I regret to inform Halo Studios that although that song is fucking amazing, the guy who sang it is currently serving a 30-year prison sentence for crimes which I cannot iterate here. Probably should have cut that.
You want to admire that sleek new Mark V armor.
I sure do.
Perspective skull.
Dude, like, why is he so green? You know what I mean? The 343 always does this thing in Halo where everything either looks so, like, glossy that it looks ridiculous, or, like, right here, Chief's armor looks so matte that it looks ridiculous. It's like he's never even been shot before. I mean, I don't have a problem with them just reusing skulls. It's just silly that they're featuring them.
Head and see things in third person. Then again, sometimes you just want some old school.
They had to add the third person mode for all the people coming from Fortnite.
I mean, there's a weapon zoom functionality. Yeah, why? At least they're including this. AR holds 60 round magazines. It looks like the AR is way too accurate to function the same role that it did in the original as sort of a SMG assault rifle hybrid, even though it was called an assault rifle. It just looks like the game should have been designed around this, and then you should have introduced skulls to break the already established game design, right? So the skull should enable sprint, and the skull should lower the capacity of the mags, and the skull should add weapon zoom functionality, and the skull should add.
He's a bit too
UNSC
green, but I do like the
vehicles
general
to be
look of the
damaged,
remade
right?
Mark 5 armor.
It's like so weird
I'm
that
just
they
saying,
designed
343
the game
has
kind
this
of
habit
backwards
of like
this.
making stuff look
In my day, the MA5V held
like
60
action
rounds.
figure-y, I guess. I don't know if that's the
Thank you,
the way to put
Johnson.
it.
Okay. God damn it.
Whether you want to play OG or OP.
Yeah. Stowed reload. So they got backpack reload as a skull is kind of cool. Again, it's something that I don't think Bungie intended, but it's like a mechanic that you can introduce the option to break.
And that's not all. Can't decide what route to
Campaign remix. Also, they have the original Halo CE main menu. It's got the Halo Infinite UI aesthetic, which So it looks like the remix campaign adds some replay value and kind of randomizing the skulls,
that's just me, true.
which I think that's a cool idea. I also wonder if they're gonna have campaign scoring and medals. Also, why the fuck is there no multiplayer? Like, there's not a good reason to not have multiplayer.
Although,
you know, imagine if the Resident Evil 4 remake, Capcom was just like, yeah, no, we're just not making
DJ Arkham's live
mercenaries
DJ in the
mode.
community
No,
songs
sorry.
is insane.
No assignment Ada, no separate ways. Sorry, none of that. Nope. Even despite
That's
how
sick,
they've kind of recovered in my eyes, based on like how bad I thought the remake was going to be, it's still half of a remake. It's still half of Combat Evolved, and it's hard to reconcile that, because I went to all those HCS events and I got to know a lot of the pro players, and the pro scene for Halo has basically evaporated. All of those players who dedicated their lives to getting really good at Halo Infinite have gone to other games because there's no job security within the Halo
Dude, that guy is
competitive
sweating
esports
like
scene.
crazy.
And now we don't
Holy
have
crap.
any concept or idea of what the future of Halo multiplayer is going to be. I feel like if at least we had Halo 7 on the horizon, or a teaser, or something, or multiplayer in Combat Evolved remake, like,
That's
what
sick, dude.
reason is there to neglect the multiplayer side of this franchise? I don't get it. So I don't want to be a negative Nancy with a bunch of sand in my vagina. It's just I can't get over the fact that it is also just they're remaking half of the game and not all of it. And yes, they're adding a bunch of cool new
Remaking the full game is
whistles
too
and
hard.
bells.
Also, they're not really
what are these
remaking the
guys
original
doing
game.
here?
It's just like,
all right, you got me.
this is fan fiction Combat Evolved, bro.
Pre-order now. That's an order, soldier.
See, they kind of recover with Johnson a little bit. He's got a few moments, but overall he's very far
Not
away
wish
from the
that to
original David
exist, you
Scully performance.
internet goblin.
All
Do
right,
not
so
encourage them to make Halo
those
7.
are my thoughts on Halo Campaign Evolved. I think I've said pretty much all I needed to say for the moment. But let me know if you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did, and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. Don't forget to sub to my second channel, Act Man TV, if you want to see more.
Yeah, the Combat Evolved remake. I mean, can you even call it a remake, man? It's like LARPing as a remake. You know what I mean? It's like barely even could be classified as a remake because they're taking so many liberties with it. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be terrible. It's a 343 game. 343 hasn't produced anything good ever. The MCC is the best thing they ever put their hands on, and even then MCC was broken for like years and years and years, and none of the games that are on MCC are actually theirs. So it's just like, or is Halo 4 on the MCC? If it is, it's easily the least purchased game on the MCC. A bad Halo skin suit, yeah. I mean, that's just how Halo's been for the last freaking, man, well over a decade at this point. Like, that's crazy. But Halo is one of the most unfortunate franchises I've seen in a long time, man. People have lost the plot. Is this about the pool? Is this about the frickin' pool people are losing their minds about in the reflecting pool?
Sabotage the reflecting pool? Looks like the park police are
gosh.
using plainclothes informants to catch people screwing with the sealant in the reflecting pool. This woman has just been detained.
Dude, I saw somebody like crashing out about a bird found dead in this pool or whatever. Meanwhile, these people that are protesting this pool are like pouring chemicals into it. It's like, what do you think killed it, dude? Also, this is the worst things leftists can find to be upset about is Donald Trump wanting to clean the reflecting pool. Like, how pathetic do you have to be to protest a freaking reflecting pool, man? Like, seriously?
After being... What the fuck?
The Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool was recently drained, cleaned, and coated with a new reinforced blue sealant.
Oh, the horror. Fascism is when clean
so they're
water.
Trying to
yeah,
destroy
I guess,
the
bro.
sealant, then take photos of the sealant being broken to make Donald Trump look bad. You know, we were just talking about the 72.
Well, I mean, they're actually paid actors. I mean, for the most part, maybe not these people in particular are paid actors, but normally when you see these stupid protest actions, somebody's getting paid to do them. Normally, it's just most of the time, though, when people are getting paid to protest, it's in these big, like, Antifa group protests or whatever, but like some people are genuinely just this brainwashed, I guess.
2 lashes. So what's going on?
And it's always a white woman, dude.
That's crazy.
Without fail.
They put up a fence? We don't need to put up a fence. We need to put the people that we need to put up a fence for in jail. I don't want to live around a fence. I don't want to live in a minimum security prison.
Honestly, just leave them there, bro. It's like a freaking, it's like a Venus flytrap. It lures in the freaking retards, and then they can just get arrested for trying to literally property damage. Yeah. Yep, 100%. And it's like, honestly, though, leave it open like a Venus flytrap, and then just lure them in, and then just arrest all of them, because like these people are just retarded. Like, I don't know, man.
And the way that you do that is putting stupid bitches like this in jail. Yeah, bro, she got mogged by Linus Tech Tips. U.S. Park Police, multiple reflecting pool vandals? Are these the people putting algae in the pool? Really? How do you do this?
How do you do that?
They're trying to stop them from cleaning the water? What the fuck is wrong with them? Police believe he was ripping pieces off the blue sealant
Like,
at the bottom.
can you imagine getting yourself arrested for this? I want to know what like the penalty is for these people. People vandalize the pool, Trump's at National Guard. People complain that we're wasting National Guard resources. Algae lives matter. True. You're so right. You're so right. Those poor algae, man. But it's like, can you imagine they're either going to get fined heavily or they're actually going to spend time in jail or in prison for doing stuff like this? And it's just like natural selection, I guess, man. Like some people are just willing to throw their lives away or put themselves in terrible situations for stupid stuff. And then they'll complain that like they can't pay rent or something like that. And it's like, bro, you just got a $700 fine for vandalizing the reflecting pool. Like, you can't be complaining about this. I mean, obviously, the economy sucks, right? Like, I'm not trying to say the economy doesn't suck and that it's not hard to live, but most of the people that are doing stuff like this are the same people that, like, they don't regulate their finances or anything like that. And then they go and complain that capitalism's the problem. Meanwhile, they have, like, make the worst possible decisions on planet Earth. I know it's kind of a tangent, but...
This is another one. Wait, there's another one? He attempted to grab a hose out of an NHS employee's hand as they were vacuuming the algae. Ripping sealant? What the fuck? This is another person.
Everyone's created equal, but some people simply choose to try and be lesser than for literally no reason. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. Like, you're born with free will, and this is what you choose to do with it. Why?
Why do you do it? I'm just trying to have a better understanding.
Lick the boot. If you love the boot, lick it.
The reflecting pool, by the way. Like, they're doing this for the reflecting pool. Like, bro, like, these people aren't real humans. Like, I always see the studies or whatever where it's like half of people don't have like inner monologues or whatever. And I'm like, dude, there's no way that's actually true. There's no way people are like that much NPCs. But then you see people like this and you're like, maybe it's true. Maybe they're incapable of thinking with like their inner voice, you know?
You guys
Zero
have
critical
no
thinking
idea
skills.
How much I can't wait for a person to just come down as hard on these people as I want them to.
I agree with Asman completely, right? Like, these people should just be thrown in, you know, the box for 10 years or something. Just ridiculous. But the problem is that we have to pay for those people to be in the box. That's the only reason you can't do it. It's because at the end of the day, you're basically just stealing from the taxpayer to punish these criminals. But, like, I'm willing to pay for these people to just be put away forever. Because, like, what are they even doing? Make them pay to fix it? Yeah, true. 7% of Americans think chocolate milk comes from brown cows. Real statistic from a 2017 study. You know, I actually saw that. I saw some kind of, like, trend going around on, you know, one of the short media sites or whatever. The short form media platforms. And I was like, huh, this cannot be real, bro.
Pro algae.
Yeah, sorry about Automod. I don't know why Automod is so cringe, dude. And I don't even know how it's, like, set up. I swear I don't have Automod on, but I guess Twitch just has one built in by default. To be fair, if they get jail time, it'll only be for a few days after they get out. They'll tweet about how they suffered for the cause, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, something should actually happen to these people. Or they should at least be fined, like, significant amounts of money so that they just don't even want to do it. My Choco milk is not from brown cows? True.
DC? Can you explain the algae thing? They want algae to be in...
It's all by default. You can adjust it, I think. I'll have to do it after stream.
The pool.
Yeah, strawberry milk actually comes from strawberry cows, too.
Or something like that.
Algae lives matter. Like...
Team.
Like, these people aren't real.
At a certain point, you've got to really ask your...
Like, they have to be getting paid to do this, right? I'll lose all faith in humanity if these people are just doing this for free. But I believe they do it for free.
Yourself, is this a
I mean, you could not
disorder?
pay me
How
to
do
dye
you
my
let
hair
this
green like
How
that,
do
bro.
you do this to yourself?
Like, what are we doing, man? Yeah, bro. We're protesting for algae lives, bro. Don't you know? It's very important. Signs that we have too much unemployment right here? Yeah. This femboy anime just upset all the right people. What? Dude, sometimes you just see... Sometimes an unskippable or an unstoppable scroll reaches an unskippable thumbnail. Like,
You've probably heard...
I feel like the green hair guy is just shitposting. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like...
of this manga. I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl because it was at the center of a controversy years ago.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care about femboy anime. All right. Let's see what Psychro cooked up. I did see Psychro released a AI music video earlier. I think this is also the only one of the day. And this is with Lusty Links, I believe. Sure you don't.
She was walking on the edge
Caught?
of a life that felt too small, wearing names they'd thrown upon her like a coat 2 sizes wrong. Every mirror felt like
I need to watch some Lusty Links eventually. I haven't actually watched any of her content.
Promise just a shadow. She let every moment pass, but then there were fingers reaching through the smoke, soft little anchors pulling at her goal.
This is a cute video so far, though. I don't know who she's hugging, though. Sark released a video on aliens, but I didn't get to see it yet. Maybe I'll watch that. I'm not an alien believer, though. Ember, maybe? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with her like circle of people though. Painter Miku. Something tells me probably not. This is a cute video though. That is not Nachisumu. I see Sakura went for that Pixar animation style this time, yeah. I just know Synthelexual Simp's hard for both of them, and they were kind of paired together since then. Oh. Speaking of Lord Synthelexual. Nope, now Skybrow's and his mom's here. At Manjaro Mountain. And I think that Lord Intellectual got the Simps for any redhead, bro. I think that might be his weakness. Check description after? Yeah. Redheads are not a weakness. I've never seen most of these characters before. Me neither. I don't know. Music by Lusty Links. Video by Psychro. Psychro always a chef. All right, let's see. Lusty Links, Jubs, Robotics, Moby, Hoshi, 37 Post, Burger Pence, Remnant of War, Rose Sith, PETA, and then obviously Lord Intellectual, Mama Brows, Skybrows. It was good. It was a good video. It was a cute video. Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with Lusty Links and her like circle of people though. But it was a cute video. It was well done by Psychro, as always. I don't know a single one of those. Yeah, me neither. Well, besides Intellectual and Skybrows and Mama Rouse, but all right, let's see this. Hold on, let me pull up the PsyOp Anime Aliens video. I don't even think I'm subbed to PsyOp Anime on this YouTube channel. Oh, never mind, I am. You see Eustace's new video? No, I didn't see Eustace's either. Or maybe I did. I don't know which video you're talking about. Did he do a music video? Oh, we made a reflecting pool song? Is it a music video or is it just a song? I mean, I'll pull it up either way. Oh, it is a video. All right. UFO series.
また見つかりました。 また見つかりました。今度はどこだ？ホワイトサンズミサイル実験場です。遺体は驚くほど良好な状態で保存されていました。現在、調査チームが解析を進めています。車でもありませんが、人間ではありません。封じ込めを。今のところ、事態は静かに処理しています。ですが、
even if there were aliens, they would never look like these like little things with huge heads, bro. I just don't buy it.
が増えるたびに、同性の危険性は自数牛縮的に高まっています。
Are you guys alien believers or no?
表に出るのも時間の問題です。
I know I've asked this a few times, but like on stream before, but I must say I'm an alien denier. This is so good. Yeah, PsyOp anime always makes really great stuff, dude. I can't wait till the day PsyOp anime strings like all this stuff together and we have just like one freaking ginormous PsyOp anime like movie. That'd be sick. If aliens were anything, they'd be demons trying to mess with humanity. I agree. But at that point, they're not aliens. They're just demons. Like, I know what you're saying, though. All right, what did Eustace make, bro?
Yeah. Woke up in the feed, pixels dripping like Lego, stacking up the chaos, but the gravity, let's go. Pineapple Kool-Aid in my veins, sipping slow.
Pineapple Kool-Aid in my veins, dripping slow. You might have to cut off your legs soon, dude. Like the Kool-Aid pineapple, there's a bit of sugar in that. Oh man, Scott Presley. Or what did I just say? Did I just say Scott Pressler? Ugh. Dude, I told you my brain is just not working today. Freaking Pratt. Spencer Pratt. Like Watermelon Pepper. Oh god, bro. Dude, that scene from Mixtape makes me so uncomfortable. Like every time I see it. Who coded that? Bro's fried today? Yeah, man. Like my brain's just... I feel like I'm not even speaking right today either. Like next time I stream, I just need to like play something, bro. Maybe I can do like just a random stream one day where I just boot up stream and play it like Marvel Rivals or Dark Tide or something with my brother. I don't know.
Carmelo and Funny stab in a fever dream, crossed over reality now, nothing what is seen. No vax, bleeding shadows cutting through the screen. I don't think you are made. The algorithm screens while the
bro, this is a fire song.
I stare into the water ripples turn a green. Algae lives matter. What do you mean?
Algae lives matter, bro.
Am I the builder or just another brick in the wall? Just another fragment in the feed overall. Pineapple Kool-Aid got me questioning the dose. Stolen future, stolen past, everything exposed. In this hall of mirrors made of gold and broken glass.
Oh, it means Ruska.
His head is a watermelon.
Oh my god. Oh, that was the best gen. That was the best gen in the video. What the fuck?
Flips inverted. I don't think you have made whole worlds just one big blur.
He cooked hard. Also, he just Henry Novak. Oh my gosh, the cardboard hide cut out, bro. Eustace Pineapple. He cooked hard, yeah. God. Emilia's so based, man. We need a million more Emilias.
I don't think you have, mate.
Is he in Belfast now? Is that where this is supposed to be? The Belfast riots?
I don't think you have, mate.
I would follow the cat into battle. Like, dude. Absolute banger. Banger video, yeah, bro. The one of Carmelo Anthony's parents when their skin is just pineapple, or their skin is just watermelon, is so funny, dude. They're just made of watermelon. Like, bro. I'd be afraid to upload that to YouTube. I'm glad he did, though. Like, oh my gosh. Actual cinema.
So in this video,
oh dude, I saw the ADL block shoe on head or something like that, because she said something about the goys.
Going over,
and then the ADL blocked her, and she was like, "What? You can say goy, but I can't."
A very interesting situation involving Shoe on Head, Asmongold, and countless internet users who are criticizing a recent decision to designate a particular phrase as a slur. When it comes to organizations that have the power,
slurs are not real, man. Like, am I crazy for saying that? Like, I just feel like slurs aren't, like, words. Just ignore them if you don't like them, dude. Like,
or
it's
the
that easy.
Perceived power to designate certain things as hateful.
Screw the ADL,
There's a lot
yeah,
of free speech implications, and a lot of people call into question
obviously I agree, but just
why
like,
we're even tolerating this sort of thing in the first place. And when people like Shoe on Head would mock and criticize this recent decision, her reply was hidden by the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, that holds within its goals to mark certain things as hateful or slurs or what have you. You can see their previous line of work a few years ago designating
as a Jewish guy, the ADL
Pepe
pisses
the
me off more than the
Frog
Nazis do.
as a hate symbol. Feels bad, man. But you can see the absolute ridiculous nature of some of the things that they do. Now, there was a possible moment of redemption.
The ADL is like, they create their own anti-Semitism, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to put it. They paint a target on on their own back because of what they do. They just know what words to. They just don't know what words to ban anymore. Yeah.
And for this group, back a few months ago, when they were targeting Hassan.
I mean, I don't think you should ban any words, but they designate literally just random stuff as slurs.
Piker, but unfortunately they look like paper tigers. They never actually did anything to Hassan Piker, who really was the golden
Not surprisingly,
boy
the ADL
for
actually
they were
is a
trying to
defamation
do,
league.
They
Yeah,
really let that one slip through the
the
cracks.
ADL is the number one thing
But
to
you can
hurt
see
Jewish
they've continued
reputation.
their amazing.
Number one, Netanyahu might be number one, but the ADL definitely the ADL's definitely close.
Work just yesterday targeting PUBG, stating that their online gaming
again, there are
leaderboard
people that-
showed that they haven't implemented basic protections
maybe the
to keep
ADL is
human
number one. I
players
don't know.
safe from anti-Semitism and
Not enough
extremism.
supply as always.
Now, this would get mocked endlessly, but this was not the viral post that everyone's recently talking about.
The ADL is probably the
That post
worst.
was talked about by Shoe on Head, and it seems like they have a particular bone to pick
Definitely-
with her
definitely,
because they selected her reply.
definitely number one or
and
two
decided
for
to
sure.
hide it because it was ratioing them into the shadow realm. Now, here's the post in question. It says this: a slur doesn't stop being a slur because teenagers started using it. Today's New York
Goy slop. Oh no. Is PUBG even relevant anymore? It has a huge player base, but like only in China. So not relevant in our culture whatsoever. But like technically, it's still a massive game in China. Goy Slav. It's just such a funny. It's just funny. Like I know it's supposed to be like a slur, but it's just like, come on, dude. Slurs for me, but not for thee. Yeah, I guess, bro. I can't. As a goy, I can't say. I can't. I can't use the G word. The hard Y. Isn't it the mobile one though? PUBG is on computer. It is also mobile though as well.
Times on language column treats the anti-Semitic slur goyslop as a fun linguistic curiosity rather than what it is, a term rooted in white supremacist conspiracy theories. Normalizing
Goyslop to promote a conspiracy theory that Jewish people deliberately poison non-Jews with cheap food to keep them docile. I've never even heard this conspiracy in my life, bro. Like, what?
This kind of language is dangerous. Goyslop is not just edgy slang. It combines goy with a Hebrew word that colloquially refers to non-Jews with slop to promote a conspiracy theory that Jewish people are deliberately poisoning non-Jews with cheap food to keep them docile. It was coined and spread by anti-Semites and white supremacists.
I've literally
no amount of
never
teenage
heard
adoption
this
changes that origin. Such terms spread negative stereotypes and conspiracy theories. Their
If the ADL says it's a conspiracy theory, then I know it's true. Here's the thing, man. Like, I don't know. The Jew blaming has gotten a bit out of hand, in my opinion. Like, you can have some criticism of Israel and whatever, right? Or you can be at least a little like, it is a little bit strange that there are a lot of like super ultra rich, like incredibly evil secular Jews in like positions of power, like George Soros, right? But they're always secular. You know, like Epstein. They're always like secular Jews for some reason. And I'm like, it's kind of interesting. But you know, I'm not the kind of person who thinks the Jews are the freaking masterminds of the world. I don't know. I think that's just not me. And before somebody calls me a freaking Israeli shill or something, dude.
Is exactly what the bigots
Goyslop is junk food. We have kosher Goyslop too. Yeah,
and here
exactly.
You can see
like
their definition. And then
this conspiracy theory does not make sense to me.
Million views on this tweet that clearly went viral.
Like, why is it? Why does it have to be the Jews that are the ones trying to make people docile with junk food? Couldn't it just be, you know, the rich elites in general? Like, why? I don't understand why it has to be
viral, but not for the reasons the ADL was hoping. Despite having 11 million views, it only has 1,900 likes and over 2,000 quotes, mostly dunking on them, but only 82 replies. Well, that's because they locked the replies. True free speech advocates right here. They didn't like what people are
saying. It's the woke Jews, man. You will never find a woke religious Jew. The woke Jews believe in nothing, and they're quite literally the worst of us. No, I completely agree. There's like so many self-hating, like secular Jews out there. It's really strange to me that there's like a class of them.
So, of the 82, they basically hid.
And they like actively vote. They actively vote for policies that protect people that want to destroy them, which is really strange to me.
Including Shoe on Head's response, but yeah, to hide replies on Twitter, you have to
like they'll vote for people like Mamdami in New York, and you're just like,
which is quite the effort.
That doesn't seem,
but it just shows they don't want any feedback. So here's what Shoe on Head said in response: "Wait, goy, the Hebrew word that refers to non-Jews. So you have your own little slur for us, but we're bad for using it ourselves. LMFAO." You can see she got 34,000 likes versus their 1,800 likes. A brutal ratio, but the ratio was so bad that they decided to hide her reply.
Of course they did. It's the ADL,
white
man.
flag waving of defeat right here when you hide someone's replies and they still brutally ratio you. And Shoeonhead would quote the situation doing a follow-up saying, "The ADL hid my reply. Can you believe this? How could they be so mean to the birthday girl?" So apparently it was her birthday when this happened. And,
you were too busy goy posting, Shu. Sorry.
Happy belated birthday. Everyone drop a happy birthday in the reply section or the comments section here. I forget what platform I'm on sometimes. But yeah, that is a pretty funny
It's
development.
not entirely accurate. Goy literally
see...
translates to nation, which can also refer to Jews. I mean, I'm not familiar with like exactly what Goyim refers to, but I mean, I know that Gentile is typically the way they refer to people that are not Jews, right? Like
some of the people attacking Shoeonhead. Here's a post kind of summing up what happened, and this user says, "Claps back and it's Nazi stuff." Ah, yes.
Happy birthday,
so,
Shu.
Shu calling into question the legitimacy of this decision and also the hypocrisy is clearly
dude, this
Nazi
Evan Loves
stuff.
Worf guy, I've never ever seen this dude like not get owned on Twitter. Gentile Slav, apparently.
But of course, these people lie as easily as they breathe. They're just scathing
doesn't roll off the
hypocrites.
tongue quite as well.
And someone looked up the same terms for this person's account who routinely uses the phrase, "The ADL would like to have a word with you, hypocrites." But anyways, going back to the post, like I said,
just rename himself to Evan Loves Goyim, bro.
They locked the replies. They tried to limit who could engage. Of course, you
classic
can still quote
ESJ
the
post. Yeah, true.
But what's really interesting is they hid all
Gentiles,
but
like the
maybe
Old Testament
5
version of infidel.
Of the replies. They left up Asmongold's reply. I guess they just saw him and they were
Gentile just
stricken
means
with
not-
fear
well-
or something. So they left his in saying, "Here are
It
some."
just means non-Jew, right? Evan Loves Worf is one of those woke Jews I was talking about. Oh, is he Jewish?
Additional horrible slurs that some bigots online have been using. Hopefully, you can use these to better
Evan is literally the
combat
punching bag of X. Yeah, that
anti-Semitism.
guy is...
None of these are funny,
Just
and
constantly.
anyone laughing is a horrible
I mean, that guy
person
is the
with
definition of a botted account, where the only reason his posts have likes and traction is because it's all botted.
Examples,
and then people just use him as a content farm to not anger the Roach King.
Provided also 23,000 likes, completely ratioing them. Why they left this, but hid
Wait, I want to read these, bro. See, my fear though is that one day this stream's gonna get flagged for like inevitably when YouTube gets their freaking new guidelines from the ADL, this video is gonna be tagged because I said goy beam. Goy nip, an exciting event or thing that keeps the attention of people who are considered goy. Goy slop, a type of food or leisure activity that is indulgent and unhealthy. Goy beam, a military action using particle weapons. Okay, goy looping, when a fat and or retarded person keeps saying the same thing over and over. Bro, that's the funniest one I've ever heard. What do you mean goy looping? You're stuck in a goy loop. I like what Asmongold did with the word goyim, where he just uses it to mean retard. I mean, I don't know. It's the internet, man. People just take words and turn them into random stuff. Like, did anybody ever think gooning was going to just turn into, like, a thing? That just meant being a degenerate? No. Like, that's not... Goon... The word goon has nothing to do with that. It's just what the internet does, man.
News is a very interesting thing, but Asmongold would have
the
more
military
to say
were trying to make a gay beam, while the Jews were busy with goy beams. True. I'm convinced that people like us who mock them for laughs will be criticized for being Jew sympathizers of the future. Yeah, dude. I mean, people already do it, man. You don't blame the Jews for literally everything, and people say that you're some kind of like Israeli shill, and it's like, no, dude. I don't think we should be sending them money either. Like, I'm just not Candace Owens, dude. It used to mean like henchman, yeah, true. Now it just means
so let's give this a
freaking
quick
edging
listen
all day or whatever.
This was really fucking funny. So Shoe on Head claps back at the ADL for referring to goy slop as a slur. Wait, goy, the Hebrew word.
Like if it's up to me, we would send money to like nobody, and we would actually fix our country. We would also just cut off California and send it into the ocean.
Jews. So you have your own little slur for us, but we're the bad ones for using it ourselves. Yeah, goy is our N-word. You understand that? So like whenever you say the word
whoa,
goy,
Asman, our N-word is the N-word. We literally invented that. I sympathize with the Jews, but for not accepting Jesus, they shouldn't get any U.S. tax dollars. Agreed.
You're taking it back from the oppressors. Like we are.
You can't sink California. All my stuff is here, bro.
Again,
get out. Escape.
This word to hold us down for
I'm so
3,000
sorry.
years. Okay, like
rules for thee, but not for me. The whole thing
True.
is very hypocritical. I think that is the baseline of all of this. And also, when you want to designate a certain term as a slur and basically wag your finger and say you can't say that anymore, what do you think the internet's going to do? Like, what were you born yesterday? This is only going to proliferate the amount of people saying this stuff. It's a complete and utter backfire entirely. And at the end of the day,
ADL doesn't care because the ADL is the place that gets to inform all of these other huge freaking monopolized internet companies into what their guidelines should be. So it's just going to get forced and imposed onto us anyway, unfortunately, because that's just how these things go.
The fact that they hid Shu's reply that they were so shooketh from what she said really tells me
you can't nickname
that they don't
yourself
really
just like you
stand
can't
on their
designate your own
business. And
slurs.
again, I find it to be very interesting that a group like this exists that gets to decide whether or not something has now become problematic. I think there's a lot of implications.
There's a published
from that,
letter from
and
George Washington thanking Jews for funding the revolution. All right, you got to drop. Good stream, man. Cheers. Yo, have a good night, Don Chigi.
No way is it bigoted to criticize those decisions and the organization making it, despite what I'm sure they and probably the media and also...
I mean, I believe it. Bro, have you ever seen the letter of Thomas Jefferson? Or was it George Washington writing to Thomas Jefferson that the Illuminati was trying to assassinate him? Or was it the other way around? I don't remember. Alex Jones pulled it up on a freaking Timcast IRL stream once. Now the revolution was funded by the secret Freemason treasure that Nick Cage found? True.
A lot of the progressive people will try to convince you of otherwise. That is perfectly within your right to criticize decisions like this. But
I mean, even if the Jews did fund the revolution, right? That doesn't make them... that doesn't make us obligated to give them tax dollars forever. You know what I mean? Like that I feel like that doesn't make much sense. There are plenty of people that helped us in the revolution that we don't help anymore.
Anyways, that's going to do it for this situation. If you enjoyed the...
Not to mention, like, I don't know. Netanyahu has a pretty good track record of not telling us the truth.
Video, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams a week here live on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
The French helped a bit, but rescued them from the painters, so we're square with them now. Yeah, bro. I mean, dude, let's be real. We've basically been paying the world's tab for, I mean, how long at this point? Like, you look at the UN and stuff like that. Nobody actually pays how much they should be paying to be part of anything like that. Like, we've basically been covering the entire world forever, and that's why we should pull out of, I mean, it's why we have pulled out of a lot of this stuff. Most of the Jewish families that funded the revolution are still American, not Israeli. We gave Israel back their Holy Land in the late 40s. I think they owe us. Bro, I get freaking flashbang by Anita Sarkeesian, bro. Like, dear Lord.
Hassan did talk about the rape gangs. I'm surprised. Here we go.
How much do you want to bet this is going to be the worst response of all time? I personally do not support the infinite funding of Israel. I mean, I agree. I completely agree. I don't support the infinite funding of anywhere. Doesn't matter where.
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist. You good, bro?
By the way, watch his face. Watch what he does.
Apologist.
You see, he looked over.
You good, bro?
He looked over to.
He probably regretted even reading that chat because it means he has to talk about it now. He probably read that just instinctually and it's like, uh-oh. Get ready for a bad take. American tax dollars should be used to improve the lives of Americans. Yeah, of course. 100%. And it's crazy to me that anybody thinks otherwise.
Make sure that his hand was on the correct amount, on the correct button. And I also want to say that, you know, really, I think he self-reports every single time that he uses his soundboard because the behavior and the movement that he makes is identical to the movement that he made whenever Kaya appeared to be shocked on his stream. It is the exact one-for-one. Does the exact same thing. It's just interesting, isn't it?
I swear to God, these guys are like, they're bots, right? They get their new talking points and then immediately they're off to the fucking races. Very normal thing to type on a Twitch chat on a Sunday evening. Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously he's going to type in your... obviously he's going to type it in your chat when you're literally... you're literally Muslim, bro.
As opposed to supporting terrorists, which is totally, you know, very normal, right?
Go ahead. Speak out against rape gangs. I have and will continue to do so.
When?
No, literally never.
Yeah. When?
Literally has never done it.
The Epstein pedophilia rape gang.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Of course.
It has nothing to do... It has nothing to do with the issue that's actually being addressed. He has to link it to something else.
Really care about it. You don't actually give a shit. You just use this as political capital. This is a political vehicle to you. You don't care if the girls are getting raped or not. You don't give a shit. You care about who's doing the raping. Is it people that it's politically advantageous for me to say a rapist? Oh, it is? Oh, well, then they did it. For sure. Definitely. It's a huge problem. Everybody should be talking about this. How convenient.
Example is one of the primary rape gangs I speak out against. Or,
by the way, the Epstein rape gang was very bad. Thousands of victims.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, everybody on all sides spoke out about how bad that was. Literally everybody on all sides talked about the fact that the files need to be released and everybody needs to be held accountable for that stuff, right? And the people on the right are also talking about this report Rupert Lowe's come out with, right, as well. One side is very, very silent about it. Deafening silence almost.
Actually, they said, so according to the, you know, like whatever, Department of Defense or, you know, FBI or whatever, they said there were approximately 1,500 to 2,000 victims of Epstein. And this is also not like, I mean, compare that to the, you know, 250,000 that were the victims in just the UK, right? I mean, it's literally like 1 versus 1,000. And probably more, right? It's yeah.
But the island and the report can be bad. Nobody's thought of that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude.
It's 250K. OG. Yeah, exactly. So there's really no comparison
literally
between
not a
these two.
single human being has defended Epstein. Like, I've never heard somebody come out and be like, oh, we should not investigate that. Like, you know what I mean? The only people who have done that is like Bill Clinton.
Things. And also, the fact is that, like, Epstein is a bad actor that we got rid of, and that's it. The worst thing is a systematic allowance of this behavior. That's what makes it even worse.
Outside of that...
That's also true. Epstein was kind of in this like, untouchable, so rich, like, There's nothing like, you can't vote Epstein out of power to stop it. You know what I mean? Like, the average voter has no control over what happens in the Epstein situation, but the average voter has not unlimited control, but the average voter in the UK can put a dent in this gang problem. Bottom 2% is worse than the top 2%. I wouldn't say the bottom 2% is like in terms of a pure like number standpoint, yes, but in terms of like the actual atrocities that they're doing, I mean, they're equally as evil.
I consistently have criticized the nation state of Israel for having a pro-rape January
Has to bring up
6th.
Israel, bro.
One of the
He
things
literally
that
can't
you
help
guys
himself.
need to remember is that Hamas never rapes anybody.
They should've
Nobody
made-
ever
made
gets
him the
raped
mayor
in
of Palm
places
Beach
like
again.
Pakistan or in Gaza or in Palestine. It's only Israel
The
that
thing
rapes
about
people.
the thing about Epstein as well, by the way, is like these people only talk about him because of how they try and spin it, right? They always try and ignore the they always try and be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump, you know, anyone else I don't like, and don't really pay attention to a lot of the evidence that was going on with the Epstein stuff. 99% of it is by the bottom 2%. Yeah, I completely agree. Like I know I see what you're saying. Like from a numbers perspective, yes, it's the bottom 2% is way worse. I was just saying from like a moral perspective, they're both they should obviously both be dealt with.
This is something that nobody knows except for Hassan. That's why he has to talk about it all the time, is so people remember.
I bet he's from Naperville. No, I think this guy is. I think this guy might be a Euroid. Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe this is a real person.
Wait. That's actually a pretty good slur for Europeans. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Was that the first time Hassan's ever cooked in his life? A Euroid. Wait a minute. That might be going into the bag to be used later. Because that's actually a little bit funny. It's the first time Hassan's ever said anything funny in his life. I'm saying they should focus on the bigger issue. Yeah, I agree. Not bad, actually. Yeah, bro. Like, maybe.
Oh my God, that's a new one.
he only knows how to make slurs for white people.
We were just talking about this last night, if you remember. Go ahead, do a reading.
Unfortunately,
of the UK.
like, on one hand, I want to use it. On the other hand, I don't want to use it because every time I use it, I'll have to be reminded that it was actually Hassan Piker that came up with something that was funny. Maybe we were wrong about Hassan after all. Apparently, bro.
Rape gangs. Buddy, I've covered the
It's like I've heard worse than Euroid. Yeah, I mean, I've heard worse, but it's still funny. It's like after you hear Joe Biden say something racist, and you're like, maybe there's still a little bit of hope left for you, Joe. You know,
like Muslim
maybe you weren't
rape
so bad.
gangs, controversies.
Were you a little
You
bit
see,
funny
he
after all?
immediately poisons the well. Instantly poisons the well. I've covered the supposed, and then he goes on to create extra qualifying terms to make it seem more ridiculous. You're immediately trying to poison the well. It's
Hassan's
obvious
so
what
mad
you're
about the
doing, and
Ottomans being
everybody
repelled
knows
from
it.
Europe. Yeah,
Since like 2013. Okay, it's
You
not.
were talking about it since 2013. Why? Whenever you were saying, what was it? Old enough to count, old enough to mount. Does that count
dude,
as
that
you
is
talking
crazy
about
that he
it?
said that
Because that
and
was the only
uploaded
time
it
that
to
I
the
heard you
internet.
saying anything about this prior to this. Never heard him talking about this at all.
He crushed it out so hard on polls. You know,
Not a
Hassan's
new
just
phenomena.
Not good.
he's just a clown, dude.
It's gross. Yeah, I wouldn't
Just
say
because
that.
Rupert Lowe recently rehashed the old school.
Rehash the old school. This is more minimizing, right? This is more dishonest.
Well, he knows that if he actually addresses the issue, he's just going to lose instantly. Not to mention, he 100% is aligned with the people doing these crimes in Europe. Like, everybody knows he's aligned with them too, so it's kind of like
honest language that's being applied in order to avoid having anybody criticize, your ethnic group that you believe that you're a part of.
You're denying it again? No, I'm not. Are there Pakistani people who have committed rape on British soil? Yes.
Okay.
the primary perpetrators are still white men, but you won't talk about.
Well, they said, according to the thing, it actually said that 87%, 84% had Islamic names and they were from Pakistan. It was
No. You don't understand. Those are actually white people, Asman. You know, if you just ignore the you just ignore their names and anything about them, we could just LARP and pretend they're white people.
Somewhere around there. So actually, that's not true.
Or
And
he's going to
even
say
if
that they just left out all the white people doing the problem because, of course,
the majority were white. What happens if, like, let's say 30% of them were Pakistani? Well, if
per capita.
Muslims are only 6% of the population and they're represented at 30% of this behavior, that's 5 times more likely than what their counterparts would be. So
no, don't.
I think
don't
that
talk
even
about
if
per
you
capita.
use this reasoning and you look at like, not only are you wrong on like just a numerical basis,
The
you're wrong
evil
on
the
that
evil per
basis, number
capita
one,
spell.
but on top of that,
Hassan can't understand per
you
capita.
would even be wrong on a per
It's
capita
87%,
basis.
not 30. Yeah, I know. He did say it's 87%, but he's saying like even in a circumstance where it was 30%, like per capita compared to how many Pakistanis there actually are, it would still be a massive problem. But yeah, he did say it was 87% earlier. He was just talking about a theoretical scenario where even if it was only 30%, it would still be just as bad. Or not just as bad, but still absolutely deplorable.
Even if you were technically right.
That shit, because you don't give a fuck about rape. You only want to.
And the thing is, the Hassan watchers will gobble this up because they're not going to read the report whatsoever at all, right? They don't care.
Some sort of racialized, some sort of like race-based crime.
Yeah, it is a race-based
All
crime.
Hassan
in
ever
some
talks about
cases,
is
whenever they're
race-based
saying
worldview,
that they're
dude.
raping these girls because of their skin color and because of their religion, that makes it a race-based crime. That's correct. Yes.
Oh, when they target white girls and they do it specifically because their freaking religion encourages it? No, it's clearly not a demographic issue. There's nothing race-based here. It has nothing to do with race, clearly.
I think that we all know that we have rapists in every country. I just think that the idea is you shouldn't import more of them.
Well, of course you shouldn't import more of them, and you especially shouldn't import the culture that glorifies it and allows it within their religious doctrine. Careful with all that noticing? Yeah, true.
Pretty simple.
Thankfully, I'm small enough that the overlords won't smite me yet. Probably.
What am I denying? Am I denying that, Pakistani men or other migrants
Dude,
have
isn't
done...
it so funny that Hassan is literally getting... he's getting owned by Kushmaster 57? Like, come on, bro. It's always the guys with the stupidest names, man.
Rapes on British soil? I'm not denying that. I'm denying the idea that it's just Muslims that are raping.
I think there are white people that do it too. But there is a massive overrepresentation of certain demographic groups that are doing bad things. And it's true here in America, too. And the idea of, well, we have to be equal and we can't be racist and we can never look at demographic trends at all. Like, I'm sorry, but like whenever you have Asian Americans and Black Americans are 20 times more likely to commit a murder than an Asian person is, you have to ask yourself what's going on there. You do. And this is the same.
And then they turn it into this racial thing, when in reality, it's a culture thing. 100% of the time. It has nothing to do with skin color. It's never had anything to do with skin color. It has everything to do with how these people are being brought up and the culture that they're being brought up in.
Thing with the rape gangs in the UK. Do you think it's Japanese people doing this? How many Japanese people are doing this versus how many people from Pakistan are doing this? And until you want to confront these uncomfortable truths and look at the reasons why they're happening, you just really are trying to lie to people because you don't want to look at reality. You don't want to look at what's actually happening. And that's the problem. Like, obviously, like, and this is more, oh, well, this isn't really true, and it's minimizes, disqualifies it. Yeah, and it's also very obviously, like, he's deliberately misusing and misunderstanding statistics and probability. Yes, exactly. And there's also the other huge component to this, too, is that everybody agrees that, like, you know, whenever a white person is a rapist, that they should be obviously, you know, like they should be hung on a tree. Like, that's what I think. You know, you rape an 11-year-old girl, you're on the tree, you're under the guillotine tomorrow morning, right? That's it. It's over. And so, like, it's really simple to me.
You just clicked on
but the
Twitch to see that it literally already auto-modded the word goy. Like, what do you mean the word goy is getting auto-modded? And it doesn't even give me the option to let it, like, through. That's crazy. Like, dude, this platform cannot be real.
Whenever you have somebody like Henry Novak, right, or Novak, and he was killed by a Sikh, right, not a Muslim, but a Sikh, and then you have his mother and his
ADL
family
strikes again,
that
bro.
are
Like, they're
crying
already
and screaming
striking,
racism
man.
when this person, you know, like his Vikram Digwa, I think that was the name of the murderer, killed him with a knife.
The auto
right?
goy is
That
out to get me.
That's
Bro, like,
the problem.
Nobody has ever been offended by the word goy. See, that one didn't get struck. It was just goy, like, by itself, I guess, got hit.
It's not just the fact that people are committing the crimes. We all would be accepting and understanding that people commit crimes. This is normal. The problem is that you have an entire community and a, you know, sub-community apparatus that protects them and insulates them from accountability. That's the big problem. And this even extends into the government. So the issue isn't even necessarily, like, it obviously is, you know, profoundly the rapes, but beyond that, the ones that really, the reason why it is so upsetting and so, you know, angering for people is the fact that it was ignored by the government because of accusations of racism. And number two, that it was concealed and insulated by the community that knew it was happening and let it happen. Those are the reasons why people are really mad. That's the actual reason.
White British women and the way that was presented, and that this has something to do with Islam. Yeah, I will.
Oh, he's going to get semantical about it or whatever. I always liked that old Jew who made the videos about tell your goy friends. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Speak out against this. The Muslim communities covered it up, and the cops covered it up too. Yes, woke cops that are pro-Islam. You're right.
It's not.
Bro, it's like he doesn't even. It just doesn't even register in his mind that this is actually the truth, which it obviously is. I mean, Hassan didn't read the report either. I mean, of course he's not going to read the report. The report is against his own ideology, but
that they're pro-Islam. It's that they don't want to have. They don't want to get accused of racism. They don't want to do, and they were even trained to do this. They're trained to do this in order to treat minority groups differently than they would treat a native British person. So that's really it. And so Hassan was right.
I don't understand how these governments think that it is going to end well for them when you treat other people, not to mention your biggest populations, as though they're tier 2 citizens. Like, didn't we go through this before where we learned, hey, you can't treat you can't treat certain people like they're lesser than others because of the color of their skin, right? Like, I don't know. It's just
resigned. Yes, exactly.
ridiculous.
You probably noticed this, but Hassan is saying commit rapes in Britain, not commit British women. Yeah, I guess, right?
Punish people who commit crimes without looking at their skin color. Like, it's
no factual,
just that easy.
Like, has some real instances and then a whole deal of inaccuracies.
If you let these people commit crimes and then get out only because of their skin color, what do you think that's going to end up breeding more of in their communities? Oh, well, the criminals are going to be free, so they're going to have kids, and then they're going to raise those kids because they're not in prison, and they're going to raise them to be more criminals. Huh, shocking. Takes Einstein level noticing, I guess, bro. Like,
know that.
Okay.
How do you know that?
But you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about the 87% of the perps in the inquiry were Muslim. Does that... Okay. Great question for you.
Okay.
Do you think those are all the rapes?
No, I think it's even worse. Yeah, I think it's even worse, actually. Because you have to think about the girls that killed themselves, too. I bet it's probably even. What if, you know what, Hassan's
Justice has
right?
to be
What if it's
blind,
only 80%? Then we'd look pretty stupid, wouldn't we? I mean, look, only 80% of them are from Pakistan. It's only
It doesn't matter. Like Asmongold said earlier, even if it was down to like 30% or 20%, it's still unbelievably disproportionate to the population in a way where you should be aware and be like, okay, this has to stop. We can't keep importing these people because they overwhelmingly are more likely to commit these absolutely heinous crimes against people.
80%, not 87%, you idiot. It's only 80.
Do you think that this inquiry specifically wanted to make it seem like only Muslims are doing rapes on British soil?
Well,
also,
I mean, if it's 87%, only would imply that there was other people besides the 87%, because there's a 100% number and 87 isn't all of them. So you would logically assume that there would be more than that.
Oh,
Duh.
you say Foyd slop.
It is. It was. No,
you say shit
it
Foyd
was.
slop. You don't give a.
Do you really think that saying Foyd slop is the same as defending rape gangs? Do you think that saying Foyd slop or something about Foyds, this is the same as raping women on an industrial scale across an entire country when you have an entire community that's like basically insulating it and a government that's refusing to prosecute it? This is the same thing using that word? Like, this is insane.
Fuck. You want to be the guy who's doing the rape.
I figured out why Hassan never makes any sense. He got hit with too many goy beams.
You know,
he was right all along. It was Israel. They hit him with the goy beam and it just cooked his brain.
He's the rapist? Wait, what? Do you know who else did this? The guys in Bricks and Minifigs. Remember that? They went and they said the same exact thing. They said, oh no, you stole the Legos. You stole the Legos. No. And by the way, him saying that my laugh was fake. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? Oh my God.
You say shit like Foyd slop. You don't give a fuck. You want to be the guy who's doing the rapes, it seems.
He wants to be a rapist? Oh my God.
Guy comes in chat and calls you out for not talking about you're talking about the inquiry Rupert Lowe made, and then your response is just to say, "Oh, you're projecting clearly." Like genius level intellect, Hassan Piker over here, bro.
Like, what do you mean?
What?
Am I supposed to sit here and act like a guy who says, oh, these women are whores, they're doing this is classic Foyd slop, sincerely cares about sexual assaults? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I think we absolutely do. I think that it's totally okay to say some women are hoes
Hassan
and they
doesn't
act
care.
like hoes and they're annoying and they have dumb opinions, but we don't want to have them get raped. That's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, duh, of course.
Well,
I mean,
W200 IQ
that.
move?
Anyway,
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
think that
Hassan obviously agrees with the people perpetrating the crimes. I mean, it's not shocking that he would react that way. I mean, it's essentially like calling him out.
More thing about me, and then we'll
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist.
Well, that's about right. You're trying to downplay it. And do you remember what I said before about how Hassan will always downplay and always try to muddy the waters whenever it is bad behavior that's being done by that group? And then this is another one. Okay, this is
I need to
me
get
on
Goy
Israel.
Beam to get
Here
on
we
this guy's
go.
intellectual
Let's
level.
watch this,
I
and
guess,
then we're
bro.
going to move on. We got some other stuff to look at, too. Those aren't exclusive. Yes, exactly. Every single time. It's so weird. He's downplaying it. He's 100% trying to downplay it. And this is the thing that I feel like a lot of the women, because there's a lot of women that watch Hassan, right? And, you know, he takes, I don't know how a hairy Turkish man has the biggest feminine energy on the entire website. I don't know how this has happened, but somehow it has. And so there's a lot of women that watch him. I think, you know, he's a good looking guy. And on top of that, like he thinks like a woman a lot of times. He does. Thinks like a chick. And so I think that they watch him and they're like, yeah, that's so true. You're so right. You know, and that's it. And so
I just think it's so funny that Hassan and Asmongold's relationship on the internet, they would honestly probably be sad if the other ones stopped talking about each other, because it's just an infinite money glitch.
That's it. I feel very disappointed. And this is the problem, is that he will make excuses for you getting raped as long as it's being done by somebody who he can use politically to his advantage. And I think that's really disgusting. It's very disgusting to do that.
Well, that's always how the left operates. They always, will ignore actual facts or evidence if it goes against their point of view. Always, without a doubt, like without fail. And they will flip their opinions on things, just on the spot, so long as it allows them to disagree with you, if they disagree with just who you are as a person. Like, you see it all the time, right? Especially with, like, the people who are like, oh, I'm so anti-racist until there's a black person who says something that I disagree with, and now I'm going to call him all these racist things. Like, you see it happen with Larry Elder and stuff like that. They do it all the time. I mean, they genuinely just have no morals. They have no actual standard or stance on anything. Their only stance is just disagree with person I've been told is bad.
Do that.
Speaking of as a goy, I want to show you another one.
Many of these
As a goy is the worst freaking made up name for him ever. At least call him Asmongoy, bro. Like, as a goy? We couldn't even come up with something better than that, bro? Come on.
I want to show you another take.
I love how he says it as though goy is offensive. Like, goy is just funny.
Claims of distraction
it's like getting called a chud, bro. It just doesn't mean anything to me.
This is, again, him signal boosting another account that basically engages in harassment, misunderstanding, and borderline defamation about me all of the time in an attempt to create negative sentiment about me online and to potentially get me banned. Hassan, I think, probably works with this account. I have no idea. I would never accuse him of this, but I think it's very likely he works with this account to coordinate other forms of misrepresentations of myself in order to push this narrative. They literally, it's in his name. So remember when he said, like, oh, nobody does this? Like, my community doesn't do this? You're doing it right now.
2027 games? I don't know what you
mean
by that.
These people are actual
Dragon Ball's
Goyim,
fire, though.
and you've been convinced that Israel is your biggest enemy while you side with other people that want to ethnically and demographically replace you in a different way, and you think that they're on their side. That's right. That's what's happening to you, and you're being played for a fucking fool. You've been poison pilled, and do you know why? It's because
I'm putting you in my maximum aura farming prompt.
Astronomically.
W.
You're completely destroying
I can finally
every one of their
aura farm.
designs. You have totally removed the idea of, genital mutilation for children because they've been psyoped by their parents to think that they're the opposite gender.
Dude, I tried Jennings stuff earlier today for like thumbnail, and it was just for like another stream thumbnail, and it was just not cooperating with me. I was getting so tilted. I never thought I would get tilted by ChatGPT, but like it actually tilted me. I rage quit trying to freaking prompt.
It was happening all the time. I'm glad that it's been destroyed.
If it wasn't a real thing that wasn't happening all the time, then why wouldn't it just be easy for you to condemn it and say that it's bad and then say nobody should do it? Why not? You can't make an argument to triviality and not have it immediately reversed on yourself. You're right that a lot of people were not, and there's a spectrum of this. Very few kids were given gender transition surgery, but more of them were given gender transition hormones or hormone blockers, and even more of them beyond that
I rage quit GPT all the time.
Transition with help of a school, a medical professional, and also the parents.
It was just
I view all.
It was just a mess, bro. Like it was getting so close, but trying to like iron out the fine details was just not working with me. I was like, I'm done, dude. I give up. Maybe I'll revisit this later, but like, this is the most frustrating prompt I've ever tried to work with in my life.
3 of these is problematic, but the third one obviously is the worst. So if you actually don't think this is happening and it's not a big deal, then why wouldn't you just immediately say, yeah, it's really bad and I don't support it? It's because you want people to basically assume that your
Also,
takes on these
GPT throws up all
these
the
social
frickin'
issues are accurate, and then you hold
all the like
class issues
guidelines
behind that.
and you're like, bro, I swear I'm not violating the guidelines, man. Like, chill on me.
You can't say that the social issues don't matter if you will never compromise on the social issues. Jijian just got arrested. I'll look at that after this.
Yeah.
Remind me.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy now? Yes.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white
No
supremacy?
way he said that,
I don't know.
bro.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow rape apology? To promote raping white women? Did they change their policy for that? Uh-huh.
Okay.
My job is
sure.
doing a lot of AI gens
It
and all
costs
that.
a fucking arm and a
putting
leg
it around my workplace's rules
to keep up with your
announcements, et cetera.
groceries
That's
and
pretty
keep
cool.
up with your bills, but you're winning.
Yeah.
Why are you winning? Because we're owning the libtards. Okay. Also, it's perfectly cool and normal and valid to have to sign a document that says you will never disavow the beautiful nation state of Israel if you want to keep your job. It's good. I love signing loyalty pledges to Israel so I can be a school teacher in the state of Texas.
What is he even talking about,
Why
bro?
would you ever say that that's strange?
That's totally fine. I don't agree with that either. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well, Hassan never talks about anything that has to do with what you're talking about. He just says things and places them in your mouth as though you agree with the random position that he's about to give out. That sounds ridiculous. Like that.
All I recognize is that just because you don't like Israel, that doesn't put you on my side.
Look at this masterful pivot. Nobody will notice he dodges the question.
There are a lot of different
Yeah.
groups of people that don't like Jews and don't like Israel. The Houthis don't like Israel. Does that mean the Houthis are on my side? Of course not. That's my point.
Excuse me? What are you, an anti-Semite? Why would you talk about that? Just stop talking about Israel, please.
Stay focused, because
there's never been a moment in my life where I have maintained this position that like TV shows are woke now, so that means it's good, and that means we're fucking winning. As a matter of fact, during peak woke, many people might.
I would say that you enable the people that do it, and you represent the people that do it. You absolutely do.
That's true.
You are absolutely an enabler of the woke bullying squads, the forced bullshit in these shows, and also like if you are not saying anything even against them, and you are finding yourself on the same side as them, and you're voting for them and advocating for them, you're basically supporting it.
Not have known this about me. I routinely railed against the quote-unquote SJW messaging campaigns that hyper-focused on television shows. And I said that this was a byproduct of, being powerless and recognizing your powerlessness, which is why you were choosing to
they
have
were
some
so powerless that they literally took over all of the massive media organizations and TV shows and late night shows and literally everything. They were just so powerless, man. So helpless.
semblance of control and some way of feeling as though you have
some way of feeling as though you had control. That's why it was completely subverting the media and basically any piece of content that was touching anybody's eyes and ears for half a decade at least. Hassan, don't talk about Israel. Also, Hassan talks about Israel. He basically has a pull string on him that talks about Israel. Which is just like, I don't know, man. Even like the people on the left and the people on the right that just everything has to be Israel. It's like, bro, come on. Like people are tired of hearing absolutely every problem in the universe get blamed on Israel. Does that mean there's not problems with Israel? Of course not. There are obviously problems that Israel has, but hearing it over and over and over again about everything is just going to make people so tired of it that they don't even care when people start talking about the actual problems that has to do with Israel.
You know, as though there is an avenue where people are responsive. An institution is being responsive to your needs. And it was usually during, it was just Hollywood, right? Mm-hmm. And I kept explaining to people that this was silly. And a lot of people would get mad at me for that. And I was like, no, the real power comes from actual political organizing, labor militancy, being able to claw back some of your...
Social messaging absolutely matters, and you know that. That's the reason why you try to involve yourself and involve other people. So this is the reason
they gave
the
us
way
Nux
that you
with
know that this
Netanyahu.
isn't accurate is that Hassan has multiply said, he said on multiple times, that he wants to collaborate with other people and other streamers in order to normalize his language and his ideology in the eyes of other people. So this is what he's openly just simply stated this. And so because of that, I think that that's an indicator that you clearly understand the power of media and the idea of soft and subliminal messaging and basically creating a...
Hassan doing his show, which is basically just CCP shilling, and then saying that he actually has no power and that this media stuff is just irrelevant. Right. Of course, bro. That's why you have an entire stream dedicated to it, dude.
Narrative and a hyper reality where people believe certain things and how that hyper reality will manifest into actual reality. And that's the reason why you do it.
Your own productive output that you are responsible for, having some autonomy in the workplace, or getting your wishes across to politicians. That
every single thing that he just said isn't possible in China and Cuba, and he gasses them up all the time. That's the reason why Hassan doesn't actually care.
Well, Hassan wants to be the top dog who you're not allowed to talk out against. That's like his wet dream, dude. He admires China and Cuba because he wants their system of governance, except he just wants to be the person that's able to have the dictatorial hammer.
About these issues is that he's willing to compromise these issues all of the time whenever it's with his favorite communist dictatorship. So the one issue that he will never compromise, though, is the support of Islamic terrorism. China supports Iran, and I think also Cuba does too, to an extent. I think didn't Cuba attack Israel, for example? That is the one core of his ideology. That is the one main thing that he cares about more than anything else. And the reason and the way that you can tell that is the fact that that is the one thing that he will never compromise. He will never compromise any level of negative criticism or negativity around Islamic terrorists. That is the core of his ideology.
Well, I mean, and the guy has openly supported actual terrorism live on stream multiple times, repeatedly. It's not even that he won't address it. He'll actively encourage it. And then when people call him out for it, he'll just be like, blah, 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 I was being hyperbolic, blah, 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 blah. But actually, you know, this, that, and the other.
All of the class politics and everything else is simply a vehicle to advance that core ideology.
Is real political power. All this other stuff is bullshit, meant as a distraction to make you feel like you are, you know, actually accomplishing something. Asmongold is now doing the other side of that. It's the reverse SJW. It's the anti-woke SJWs. The injustice, the social injustice warriors. Okay? From the social justice warriors to the social injustice warriors.
We got it the first time.
That's precisely what Asmongold's goals are
we
here.
get it. So Hassan's a bad person. He's always defending rapists and terrorists, pushing for it to happen. I don't know how much of this he really even believes, honestly. It's hard to say.
Focus on television shows that are now anti-woke. That's idiotic.
Like wine. That's not how they're...
Okay, well, if it's idiotic, then just let it go.
Hassan in a suit watching a video of Nick Fuentes in a suit. Is he the leftist? Is he the leftist Nick Fuentes, bro?
Think that it's not a big deal, and you actually think that it doesn't matter, then just let it go. But you don't want to let it go. Because you act like these culture war issues are a distraction, but you will never compromise on them.
Always has been. I mean, I don't even, I say leftist Nick Fuentes, but like, what side is Nick Fuentes even on, bro? I feel like Nick Fuentes is kind of just in his own little category. Like, Nick Fuentes is in Nick Fuentes tier. Nick is actually funny. I mean, Nick is really funny, but in terms of his like actual opinions, I feel like they're all over the place and don't really make sense a lot of the time. Sometimes he makes plenty of sense. I mean, I don't know. Nick is the leftist Nick. Like Nick he just says stuff sometimes, man. Like I don't really understand the consistency in Nick Fuentes' ideology.
Yeah, I gotta find my.
But he is hilarious. That's for sure.
What do you say? Oh.
You're going to go
cool,
out
man.
and virtue signal about how bad this is, but then also run defense for the rapist gangs that are doing it to girls
Like
that are 11,
genuinely the only funny thing Hassan's ever
in
said in his
Iran, they
life.
have 9-year-old wives, but you're going to go out there and talk about how Nick's saying this is bad. This is a double standard. Obviously, wanting to marry underage girls is bad categorically.
Of course
if you
it
can't
is.
draw a distinction
Of course
between
it's
that,
bad.
then that's your problem.
But Hassan Piker literally worships a religion where the the main guy married a 6-year-old. Like, how do you live with these people that that worship freaking Islam and believe that marrying a 6-year-old is okay? It's just straight up incompatible with
Asmund
Western
Dad watched
society.
me.
Is that all you're going to show from Hassan?
No, I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay. Okay. All right, okay.
I wouldn't say anything, but he shits on you all the time.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're non-confrontational.
I am.
I make up for it on the other end.
You sure do.
For confrontational. If they would only allow me to shoot everybody on the fucking...
All right, so guys, he really appreciates all of the kind words. Everybody, yep, all right.
Well, Asmund Dad watched me.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, these are the guys who are like Asmongold is not a particularly clever orator or a decent propagandist.
That's because I don't lie
he's
to
just
people.
like watery.
So the reason why I'm not good at that is because I choose not to be. I never lie to people ever.
Bro's talking about who's not a good propagandist while he sits there wearing a freaking suit trying to give the most like pre-packaged, pre-planned thing ever. Like, bro, when people watch streamers, they want to watch people just be authentic, man. That's all they really care about. They don't want to watch this freaking, like, trying his hardest to be an MSM commentator on Twitch. It's just cringe.
State what my intentions are in plain English, and I make what I believe immediately and profoundly clear. Hassan lies. So I don't like lying to people. I view it as kind of cheating. Because if you're lying to people, well, then you can just make people believe whatever they want. But the more difficult thing, in my opinion, is to tell people the truth and then get them to accept it anyway. Hassan just lies to people. Yeah, obviously it's going to be easier for you to convince people whenever you tell them one thing and then do something else. Like, yeah, duh, of course. I never do that. I never lie.
Bring down shit that he sees on his Twitter timeline, right? He's just like basically rehashing tweets that
you're reading a tweet right now. You're literally on Twitter.
That he reads off of his timeline. He doesn't actually have.
You're on Twitter. You're also
right.
Bro's criticizing him for doing the exact same thing as him.
But he doesn't have the capacity to push for these values on his own. All he can do is just like respond to stimuli. And that's the reason why he keeps going back and forth on the Israel stuff. Like one day he'll lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
No, Hassan just doesn't believe you can have a nuanced take on Israel. It's literally impossible for his brain to comprehend. The goy beams hit him too hard, dude.
It's very simple, actually. I don't want Israel involved in our politics, but I also don't blame everything on Israel. And I view that the focus around Israel is created...
That was way too level-headed, bro. Oh my goodness. Whoa. I couldn't have said it better myself.
By left-wing people in order to divide the right. So they're united against, or they're divided with the issue of Israel, and they're fighting over Israel rather than fighting over demographic replacement, for example. I think that if Israel disappeared tomorrow and every Jew on the earth went to the moon, we would still have the same people pushing for the same ideologies and the same stuff.
There's no gold on the moon. What would they do?
Hassan obviously isn't a Jew. I don't think he's from Israel. I'd be surprised if he was. That'd be quite a plot twist. But his ideology would remain. And so my argument is simply that, yes, Israel is a problem in America, and their influence is a problem. But at the same time, it's not the only problem. And there are
My
larger
retarded self
problems
can't
that
comprehend
exist
such
that can be
intellect.
solved simultaneously.
It's just like-
and anybody who positions...
It's hilarious that nowadays just having like a moderate common sense opinion makes you seem like a freaking, not a genius, but just like people don't have nuanced opinions on things anymore. Like everybody acts like you have to be either 100% in this camp or 100% in that camp, or lean towards this issue 100% or lean towards that issue 100%. It's just, oh my gosh, dude. And that's why it's so hard to talk to people that are on the opposite side of the political spectrum, because if you disagree with them, they actually treat you like you're some kind of like a monster. Very bizarre.
themselves as against Israel does not mean that they are pro-America. That's my position. It's more nuanced than just one or the other.
And then the next day he'll be like, while I do genuinely appreciate people like Nick Fuentes for all the bold advocacy that they're doing that I agree with.
Yes.
At the same time, we got to stop talking about this Israel stuff.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And
this
His
is something
brain
that's
just can't
called having
comprehend
a
it, dude.
different opinion. So Nick aligns with me on a lot of issues. He doesn't align with me on every issue. And even with some of the Israel things I agree with him on, I just think that they are less crucial than he does. Why would I make an enemy out of Nick, who I think is trying to help and save Western civilization, over a disagreement about a country that's on the other side of the world? Whenever he agrees with me on all of these other topics, it's stupid. Why would I do
Hassan
that?
can't comprehend it, though, because if you don't align 100% with his worldview, you're a heretic, bro.
Like, duh. What? This is. They
Well,
want you
leftists
to
don't
take the bait.
operate under the assumption that you can still cooperate with somebody that doesn't agree with you 100%, right? Like, you see it happen all the time, especially with people like J.K. Rowling and stuff like that. J.K. Rowling disagrees on one, like, on the trans issue, and suddenly she's a freaking pariah somehow. And it's like, well, J.K. Rowling ain't a conservative. J.K. Rowling, I don't agree with J.K. Rowling on much of anything. And yet, she got eaten alive by the left. And they do this hive mind thing where it's just, you have to think 100% the same as me, or you're a bigot, or you're a racist, or you're, this, that, whatever.
Because they
You're
want
either
you.
with me or against me? True. The all or nothing extremism is by their own design. Yeah, it's 100%
fight with each
intentional.
other
It's just,
rather than against them.
it makes them sound
That's it.
so stupid when they talk about stuff like this, as though there is no such thing as nuanced opinions.
It's inconsistent, and as long as he keeps hitting the fuck Hassan line, as long as he keeps saying like, no, these wokes are actually
And it's
ruining
funny
your life.
that he thinks him commenting on Hassan is what keeps him relevant, despite the fact that he's bigger than Hassan. Like, if anything, it's the other way around, right?
Think about the
They
culture
are.
war. Think about the culture
They
war. As long
If the culture war didn't matter, then stop talking about it. Stop advocating for it and stop promoting people that advocate for it. But you won't do that because you know that it matters.
long
Because
as he hits those lines, then it's fine.
the culture war and the people that are doing it provide insulation for his ideology. And that's the reason why he will never go against it. That's the reason why
Culture is arguably one of, if not the most important things you can hit on, right? Because at the end of the day, people's opinions are formed based on the culture around them, right? You know what I mean? People inherently used to be more conservative because the culture was not as debaucherous as it is now. And you can say that about anything, right? You look at the people who are doing all this heinous crime, it's because they're raised in such terrible cultures. Like, you have to comment on the culture war, you have to comment on culture in general, because culture kind of shapes where the rest of the stuff's going to go.
and
A lot of people base their politics purely off of their cultural experiences. So if you don't address the culture war and culture issues, then I mean, you're never going to change anybody's political opinion.
That's why I support you. Isn't it wild that Nick says less racist stuff than Hassan? When has Nick ever advocated for SA for Arab girls? As far as I know, he hasn't. I have no idea. But yeah, anyway, I know I talk about Hassan. Like, in my opinion, I think these topics are, oh, this is Destiny. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Like a fight between Asmongold and Hassan, especially in this format, Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly than Hassan can. Hassan is like having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here, where one, Hassan might legitimately be intellectually outpaced. I don't know. I don't actually know where this guy's mind is anymore in terms of like learning facts or anything.
Yeah, because he's lying.
Hassan is fighting on Twitch, which in terms of just the demographics of the audience are probably going to be more favorable towards Asmongold, we might guess. Like tend to be more white, tend to be more first world, tend to be more, you know, non-Muslim, Christian, whatever else. And then 3, Hassan is trying to do propaganda for everything. Hassan is no longer ever communicating.
It's sad everything to hobbies, entertainment, and even involving kids' politics are forcefully being pushed in these spaces. Yeah, I'm 100% agree. I forget who said it, right? But it's like, you don't choose politics. If you don't choose politics, politics chooses you. You don't really get to choose anymore to ignore it or not because of all these zealots that are pushing these things insufferably into absolutely everything and forcing you to care.
Getting on a factual basis is always through this cringy, like, Marxist analysis.
And I think that's part of the reason people are being driven so insane lately now. Like, back in the day, a lot of people just used to not care about politics. Politics was a thing only certain people were interested in or whatever. But now everybody feels like they have an opinion on everything and every political issue whatsoever. And then you look into it and you listen to what these people have to say, and they have no idea what they're talking about. They've done zero research. They don't listen to anybody that talks about politics in any kind of reasonable way, right? Like, they get their freaking politics from Instagram Reels and TikTok. And it's just like, these are the people voting, bro. Like, we're cooked.
So many different levels trying to do this fight. Hassan is going to be supportive of, and he will downplay, Muslim extremist violence in Europe. He will do that.
How about that?
Or Asmongold is going to have a view of like Western culture in some regards is superior to the culture.
I can't take listening to Destiny. This guy's just insufferable. Like, what he's saying right now is, I mean, obviously Hassan's going to lose to Asmongold in a situation like this because Hassan never actually argues anything genuinely. Like, every time Hassan argues against anything, he just strawmans his opponent's position and then argues against this like fake position that he simulated for them. So, you know, whatever. I can't listen to Destiny anymore. This guy is just possibly the most insufferable individual that's ever existed on the planet, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, Hassan was never going to address the Rupert Lowe inquiry, right? Like, it's just, it is the way it is. He obviously agrees with the people that are perpetrating the crimes. Like, it's obvious that he's ideologically aligned with them, so it's not shocking to anybody that he's not going to address the issue whatsoever. All right, guys. I got to go to bed. It's 2 a.m. I might pop in with some kind of gaming stream, like either maybe tomorrow or the day after. I'm not sure. Might just play something random. If any of you guys stop by for that, I don't know if I'll make an announcement for it or not. If I do, but I want to test out doing some gaming streams in the future. You see Keen's new PNG tuber tutorial? No, I don't. I haven't seen it. I don't have access to genning like video images, so I don't even know if I could do that in the first place. I'm gonna use that. Good luck, bro. Good night. All right, good night, good night. I appreciate you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully my brain will be less fried the next time I go live, because dude, my brain is so fried today. Like, I feel like I've not been that coherent. I can do it for you if you want to hit me up. I'll think about it. I kind of like the PNG for now. I don't know. All right, guys. I got to go to bed. My brain's cooked. I hope you guys all have a good rest of your night. Good night, good night.